Section 10 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Summer Hours on Braiden, Part 1. The month of June, like November, is by no means distinguished for its bird life on Braiden. Most of the species that visited us in April and May have gone to their northern breeding places, and were it not for a few non-breeding stragglers that stay with us all summer through, and one or two species, as the ring plover and redshank, which still, in scanty numbers, persist in nesting in the locality, Braiden Flats would be bare indeed of birds. A few fine adult saddleback gulls, Larus marinus, make themselves quite at home here all summer long, spending the days in indolence and ease. Hour after hour they will sit bunched up on the drier flats, scarcely troubling to turn, when some boatman passes within easy gunshot, for the artful old beggars, as 9 out of 10 Braideners call them, appear to be fully aware that in summer they are free from molestation. With them a number of immature greys, and occasionally odd birds in the blotched plumage of their 3rd and 4th years keep company. Shore crabs at this season appear to be their favourite prey, and they will search for these with exemplary patience. Sometimes, after the tide has left the flats, watching for the slightest movement of those crustaceans, which skulk in the mud under the prostrate Zostera, and which seem to know that their safety lies in perfect motionless. I am inclined to believe that the least movement of a crab's watchful eye staring out of the mud, even when its carapace and leg are covered, is sufficient to betray its owner to the keener yellow eye of the gull, who snatches it up in a moment, often with blades of grass hanging to it. A nip is given amidships, and the crab, killed instantaneously, is at once devoured. Pools left on the flats are closely inspected, and any hapless smelt or blenny, eel or whitebait unwittingly imprisoned there is very soon pounced upon and swallowed. Small fish, even a short time out of their native element, when thrown over again, often float or struggle helplessly on or near the surface of the stream. The shrimpers, sorting their catches in the harbour, throw back many of the useless fishes taken, for example, pogs, bullheads, small whitings, flatfishes, and frequently bibs. The last named especially come upstream in a helpless condition, their eyes bulging with terror and air. These are an especial titbit for the gulls, and if the few blackheads that haunt the entrance to Braiden in summer miss them, or pass them by as too big for swallowing, the larger gulls will find them stranded by the sluggish tides on the water line at the margin of the flats, for frequently successive tides fail to cover the mud flats, especially during the neaps. Who knows what else they may pick up out of the 100 edibles that float upstream from a populous town, from dead dogs downwards. Several curlews, which I take to be either old non-breeders or last year's latest hatch birds, not infrequently remain with us, more or less all summer, taking short trips for 2 or 3 days at a time to the Wells marshes, where I have seen them, or some other favourite resort. Shilling-sized crabs, now so abundant, are their favourite prey, and the larger nereids, more inclined to wander, prompted by their reproductive instincts, are as eagerly searched for. Belated migrants are now and then met with. It may be that some infirmity has made them slow of wing, or disappointment at pairing time has made them laggards. I saw a hooded crow loafing around Braiden on June the 17th, 1906. On the same date, a pair of little terns were winging their way around the flats. The female evidently was an invalid, for her faithful mate industriously fished for her as well as for himself. 3 grey plovers, all grand fellows, were hunting about at the margin of a creek on June the 7th, 1898, as contentedly and leisurely as if it were the earlier half of May. A dunlin was with us as late as June the 7th, 1906, whilst a party of youngsters had come south as early as July the 7th. Spoonbills in June are nothing unusual, and immature birds will remain contentedly here, if unmolested, all summer through. Among the unusual occurrences I have noted was a flock of quite 400 dunlins that on June the 22nd, 1899, dashed by my houseboat in a compact body. There was a goodly tide and a high north-east wind blowing. Only 2 days before, I observed some fine adult birds feeding leisurely with some ringed plovers, as if in no hurry to depart. Some fine old herons visit us daily all through summer, having now not only themselves to keep, but there are flounders and eels to be taken back to Reedham for their little ones in the heronry. Occasionally a grand old male bird hunches himself up on a flat, or stands uncomfortably perched on some drifted basket or log, for a long quiet nap, free for a while from the clamour of his hungry family, for whom he has to cater industriously by day, and by whom, no doubt, his slumbers are often broken at night. I have seen quite a baby heron making his initial efforts at fish capture as early as June the 26th. Young herons, scarcely so cunning as their elders, may be easily distinguished at a distance by their darker plumage and more ragged appearance. They have a habit, too, of pitching down into knee-deep water and remaining there, patiently waiting, Micawber-like, for such silly little fishes as may turn up. And here they will remain until some hapless eel comes within range of the quickly outshot mandibles, or until, wearied by continued ill luck, another locality is decided upon. The old birds, grown artful with years, show far more energy, and will stealthily march along a drain, or by the side of a flat, with measured step, turning up something for themselves. A fish must indeed be sharp to dash into deeper water and evade that quick bill thrust and keener eye. A young heron, too, is by no means so discreet as his sire, who very promptly drops an eel or a flounder he considers too big to swallow. If there be but the slightest hope of getting it down, the fish is not thrown away for want of kneading and shaking. But a junior has no eye for proportion, and will waste a very long time over a hopelessly large victim, and will at length be robbed of it by some other heron, or will reluctantly let it go again, feeling annoyed with himself, no doubt, for having wasted so much time, and let so many more eligible fish go by. One of the most ludicrous sights I ever watched was a young heron fishing in a shallow drain, not a great way from my houseboat. He had struck at and seized a flounder much too large to swallow, no matter what efforts he might make to do so. For nearly 20 minutes he shook and nipped and kneaded it, alternating these exercises by most convulsive efforts to engulf it in his capacious throat. Over and over the bird brought it again to his bill end, dropping it in the shallow as it grew weaker. After being thus occupied for some 8 minutes, a black-headed gull or two edged up to him and watched his manoeuvres. Other gulls drew up from mere curiosity, wondering what the others were so interested in. In 5 minutes, more than 40 of them were surrounding him, and still they came. Soon there were 100, and still they came, running, craning their necks, and some occasionally speeding their coming by short flights. Those on the far side of the flat most certainly did not know what they were running for, but they still converged and drew up, until eventually quite 200 gulls were surrounding the industrious heron, who had been all this time intent upon swallowing that unfortunate fish. Suddenly, as if aware of the commotion he was causing, and despairing of his efforts, he dropped the coveted flounder and took to wing in disgust. I could almost imagine him feeling foolish and abashed at so many other birds witnessing his discomfiture. The town rooks are still busy feeding along the tide margin, spending more of their time here than on the marshes. Like the local starlings, they seem to acquire quite a taste for carrion, both terrestrial and marine. In May, I have observed the old ones picking up the tiny crustaceans, the shorehopper and probably coryphaeum, to take home to their young ones in the tree tops near the marketplace. Astonishing numbers must be collected, for they may be observed snapping up these trifles with almost the alacrity of dunlins, and from under their lower mandible quite a walnut-sized bag of them is collected. Half a dozen rooks with these pouches distended look exceedingly odd. In a week or so they will be bringing their now well-fledged youngsters to share their hunting with them, not at first insisting upon their catching for themselves, but disgorging into their capacious mouths their often unsavoury gleanings, while they flutter and croak and hop around their elders in a most energetic fashion. One would hardly dream of such a rara avis as Pallis's sandgrouse visiting Braiden, a place so ill adapted to its habits that its appearance there could have been but accidental. The late Fielding Harmer, in a very meagre reference to this species, mentioned the fact of 6 having been seen crossing Braiden on June 12, 1863, in which year 60 were recorded for Norfolk. I have recorded the shooting of one example when in company with several grey plovers on the walls. But an old sportsman, once the crack puntsman on Braiden, narrated to me one evening in 1905 his experiences with a bird of this species. During that "invasion" of sandgrouse he fell in with 11 on a flat near the Lower Run, and had very little difficulty in getting within range. They rose as he was about to fire, and when he pulled the trigger, the gun most annoyingly hung fire, but on the charge exploding, it dropped out the hindmost bird. The feet were very muddy. The remainder flew away, and he had to be content with one. He took the bird to the late Mr. Owls, a chemist who was an excellent microscopist, but not a bird expert, who couldn't find anything like it in the books. He then proceeded with the bird to the Royal, where his chief, Captain L, was staying. He, like my informant, then a sergeant major, was an officer in the artillery militia. Pestle left the bird there, the captain being out, and an officer, who had been abroad, recognised it as the sand grouse. On returning to the hotel to hear more about the bird, Pestle was met by the captain's wife. "What a job!" said she. "A fellow at Horsey has shot several," which was a direct suggestion that the rarity and consequent value of the bird as a specimen had greatly deteriorated. However, the parties eventually came to terms, and the bird was placed in the long collection. "Just my luck," said Pestle. "Had I gone at the right moment and caught the captain at home?" "What?" I asked. "Why, I could ha' made more on it," said he with a snap, annoyed at the recollection. A chapter of mishaps. June the 20th. Up for an hour or two on Brayden this fine evening, on a gentle tide. The gulls are merrily supping off whitebait, which are flashing by myriads at the margin of Braiden, and the birds have but to sit quietly on the water and snap at the fry that sportively fling themselves out of the water all round them. Even the shore crabs are hurrying into the shallows, driving up here and there a frightened little swimmer, and seizing the victims right adroitly in their pincer claws. Huge jellyfishes, turning their great discs this way and that, and waving their many ciliae as they go, are floating upstream without aim or definite purpose. Many of them will get stranded on the edge of the flats as the tide falls, and be left there to be wonderingly looked at by the gulls, who will perhaps tear long gelatinous strips out of them to see whether they be tasty or not, while the crabs will scuttle by, also wondering for whatever use such flabby things can be. It is an evening for reverie and quiet meditation. But for the occasional cry of some quarrelsome gull, or the mellow calls of some restless ringed plover or redshank, silence would reign, to be made the more profound perhaps by the deep melancholy wail of a distant curlew. 2 or 3 wherries have passed slowly up channel, with just sufficient breeze to keep them ahead of the tide. A curl of faint blue smoke hovers over the head of yon wherryman, whose huge sail looms black against the western sky. The sun, glowing redder as it nears the edge of the night cloud, grows larger and larger, and dips perceptibly, behind it, showing a crimson streak here and there in the crevices of the cloud bank, and sinks altogether directly behind it, throwing up streaks of golden light, as if bidding the world good night with a last pleasant smile. Yellow and pale green and a deeper hue succeed the glow of sunset, and the lately sunlighted fragments of cloud overhead turn to purple, grey and black. Night soon creeps on, and the full moon rises in the east, to reflect in her quieter way the more effulgent beauties of the king of the day. It is time to turn the boat round and make for home. The dew is falling, and the air becoming a little chilly. But this matters little to those who row sturdily and well. The lights of Yarmouth burn clear and bright. We run our punt up close against the smelt boat of Snicker Larn, and enjoy a quiet little gossip between strokes. Snicker, as usual, ain't done much. These sly old water dogs never do, no matter how good a haul they may really have made. It is the amateur fisherman who has done little who usually magnifies his catches. We got to chatting over one thing and another, when Snicker remarked, "Had I heard that Jari the watcher had had a tumble overboard?" "No, how was that? I hope he tumbled out again," said I. "Oh yes, 'bor, we got him out at the bridge yonder. He was looking at us smelting over there, up at the five-stack drain, standing up in his punt, the fool, and he bumps agin stake too, taking him sheer off his balance. In course, over he goes. God bless me, my heart comes up in my mouth, and we hurries up to let go the draft lines, and jumps in and rows for him." "And he can't swim," I remarked. "No, but he chucks hisself over somehow on his back, and takes things remarkable quiet, but he'd lost one of his boots and his oily jumper afore we nabs hold on him and pulls him in. I've seen a sight of accidents on here. They tell me you had a rum go the other night close to your houseboat." While saying this, he smiles and nudges Shorten. "Oh yes," I replied, laughing, for an accident seems to have a comic side sometimes, when we come out of it all right. "Oh yes, in a moment of forgetfulness I let my sail get foul of a stake, and standing on the forepeak to push it away to save splitting it, it jibed quicker than I expected, and I had either to slip in or hang to the stake." "I've seed a monkey up a stick," said Larn, smiling. "It's well," I said. "I had a long painter trailing behind the punt, which I nabbed at the psychological moment, and hauled the punt back, and so saved a wade ashore." "That wor the minute," he grinned. "And you and poor old blind Ben had a rum go there, agin that big chain cable of that Russian ship agin Saul's timber yard." "We had," I replied. "Ben was rowing, pulling either oar a bit harder as I ordered him, and he must get wool gathering and pull the wrong one, and a strong tide pushed us under the cable at the spot it sank into Braiden." "At the psychological moment," said Larn, smiling again. "Ben and I had a rough time that night when the Norfolk Lass was lost." "I remember," interjected Larn. "We were overtaken by that bit of wind, and had a fine doing too. One big wave pushed us a bit awkwardly near the mud, and snapped one oar blade off. I had to row with the sound oar to wind'ard, and the other hitting the mud bank to get along." "Reg'lar wooden leg like, 'bor," said he. "I seed why, that day when he was sailing his punt up the ship drain. He was kind of wool gathering, and one wrong stroke of the steering oar ran him up the steep side of the flat, and having the sheet fast, over she turns, as neat as a diver. Ah, 'bor, you need to be careful up here. Old drunken Boogles had the narrowest escapes I ever knowed anybody to have. He wor too drunk to swim, but allers got fished out in the nick of time, except once, you remember?" "Yes, go on," said I. "Well, one night he'd got as full as a teak, or bed tick, and arter he'd tied up his punt agin the houseboat, tumbles in head over heels. I seed him next mornin', blackguardin' and fuming, and a nice mess he were in. He'd got out and couldn't remember nothin' more till he comes to the houseboat door, blinkin' like a scratch owl. Where have you been? I axes him. God above, no, says he. I'm in a pretty pickle. And so he wore. He'd got out somehow. You could see his footmarks in the mud, and gone to sleep soaked through, and warn't dry then, outwardly anyway. I never got to the bottom of Neve's job there, when he slipped off the dredger up the ship drain, Larn, I said. Look here, said Larn, that happened in 70 something, arter that flood when the walls were undermined, where they made the boarded quay. Bessie's drain used to swing round, and the whole force of the water struck the wall. They dug the new cut from agin the old ship, more on the slope, so as to set the water off more to the north'ard. Arter they'd dug down a bit with hard tools, they got the dredger up and finished the job. Old Vamp's Neve was watchman, and he gets a bit full, you know, and goes up in an old Norwegian pram, and makes a mess getting aboard, slipping off the plank, you know. But he catches his finger ends on it, and hangs like grim death. When they found him, a'most unconscious, 2 or 3 hours arterwards, they could hardly break his grasp. God bless my soul and body, I've picked up several dead people, and couldn't break their handhold. If it's only a stun, they never let go. Drink, sir? Yes, it's mostly that and accidents go together. Old Pintail's father, he'd been looking arter Lawyer Preston's houseboat up there by the fleet. They was arter a few pike and tench and perch. Perch? Yes, there were plenty in them days in the Fleet Deek. Son Ford and old Johnny was going to Yarmouth for grub and that, and they was both pretty full, and they makes the sheet fast. A puff of wind turns 'em over. Johnny sunk, and son Ford, his son Sonny Ford's alive now, hangs to the upturned punt, and we pulls him out. We hurried down to the beach and got some skate lines, and having marked the stakes and allowed for the tide, rows in 2 boats. At the first haul we'd hooked him. The masterpiece blow I was ever in, continued Larn, was one September. We was smelting on the flats, and I says to old Blue, I didn't like the looks of that squall working up, so we hurries in the nets and was half full of water afore we'd got 'em in. That same breeze, it was from the nor'ard, blowed the sail clean out of the wherry Lucy. She was loading with 40 ton of coal, and driv her on the south and filled her nearly level with the cumbins. Oby, the skipper, hollered for me, and we had to go and take him off, or he'd a perished during the night, the cabin being full of water. You'd hardly think as things could turn up so rough up here till you'd knowed it for yourself. By this time we had landed at the entrance to the Bure. Many stories of accidents, some of a serious and others of a humorous kind, might be related of men who "follow Braiden." 2 of the latter, each disagreeable to the chief participant, I may mention. Some years ago a crank followed Brayden at intervals with a big gun that had an unpleasant knack of kicking. He was known as the Tailor. One foggy morning he gave his fellow punters a great fright as he loomed up out of the dense mist and drew up to the quayside. His face was as red as though it had been dipped in blood, but he did not seem to know it. On inquiry, He admitted that when pulling at a bunch of fowl, the gun had kicked him badly on the nose, which started bleeding, and behaved in a most refractory manner as he hastily rode for home. He had endeavoured to stanch the bleeding with his big wool mittens, and in doing so had besmeared his face all over, and the trickling blood, freezing on his moustache and beard, gave him a most gruesome appearance, as may be imagined. In January 1907, a gentleman gunner was shooting on Braiden with one of the natives, and seeing a pochard too far on the flat to be reached with a charge of shot, he essayed to walk to it. Now, to anyone not used to the muddy flats, a slip sooner or later becomes a certainty, and in his haste the sportsman managed to slip, falling full length, face downwards, in a particularly nasty patch of ooze. He looked a pathetic figure, besmeared from top to toe with the vilest of mud, and with one boot that had come off in his hand as he made for the punt. It was a cruelly cold day. To add to his chagrin, the pochard took to wing and flew towards a corner, alighting near where Y was in hiding with his punt gun. Within a couple of minutes the pochard was in his punt. I saw the bird hanging next day on Y's haberdashery stall in the market, sharing one corner of it with a number of fine male widgeon and some woollen stockings, all alike on sale. End of section 10. Section 11 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Summer Hours on Braiden, Part 2. Flounder catching. By the end of the 70s, Braiden Flats had so grown up that considerable changes had taken place in the habits of the local fauna, and correspondingly in the occupations of the local Braideners. Grey mullet, which to this day haunt the deeper channels in some numbers, prior to the 70s used to swarm over the flats, undoubtedly drawn there by a love of certain species of semi-marine vegetation and the animal life that swarmed among it. Flounders, too, came up the then clearer, quieter and more accessible river in great numbers, spending much of their time in shrimp and mollusk hunting, and growing fat on their well-fed prey and the juicy cabbage (Ulva lactuca) they swarmed on. The tides did not always leave the flats bare, and there was a greater alternation of salt and fresh water, and of the latter a more frequent abundance, which suited them. The local Braideners possess several nets, both draw nets, especially manufactured to catch the wily mullet, and stake nets for the flounders. To-day, on any wind from the south-west round to south-east and a point or two beyond either way, some of the higher flats will remain dry for days, becoming pale brown in colour and white in patches with the salt left by the evaporation of the moisture. These alterations reduce netting to a very poor business indeed. I once helped an old friend with his net, and for a tide we captured 2 little flounders and more weeds than we wanted. Butts, as we term flounders here, were, in my very early days, caught in immense numbers and mostly sold for crab bait. Only a few riverside folk troubled, in those palmy days of the local trawling industry, now practically extinct, to cook these luscious firm-eating fishes. A butt net was a trammel measuring about 70 yards in length. 4 nets would be staked in line. The trammel, which was a net about 4 or 5 feet deep, was made with a small loose light mesh net in the centre, with 2 coarse mesh nets affixed on either side, so that a fish, in dashing against the obstruction, simply pushed the small net through a big loop, and so bagged itself like a rabbit. The nets were affixed at high water, when the flounders had scattered themselves all over the flats to feed, and they were intercepted on their way back to the channels and drains when the falling tide uncovered the flats. Then came the fisherman with his boat and trunks, boxes perforated with holes, like eel trunks but larger, and the struggling fishers were soon liberated, only to be imprisoned again until sufficient were captured to be sent away. Carters drove over from Cromer and Sheringham and gave £half-a-crown per 100 of 60 to the 100. Their days were Tuesdays and Fridays. 50 and 60 year ago were the time, old Braydeners will tell you. Them were the days when a Braydener could get a living. It may be interesting to those who prefer the aristocratic lobster to the plebeian edible crab to state that the latter is one of the cleanest feeders possible, and nothing but the freshest and sweetest morsels will attract him. Even his little cousin, the ubiquitous shore crab, I am confident prefers a live fat shrimp, or a toothsome smelt which he has caught in some low, to the vile carrion he is usually accredited with being partial to. On the other hand, the lobster has the most depraved appetite, and any garbage is good enough to tempt him to his destruction. In the old days, the North Norfolk catchers used to rely greatly on open hoop nets with which to ensnare their prey, and in bad weather the crabs ran away with much bait. The well-known pots are now exclusively used. Today, flounders are by no means so plentiful, and no one specially nets for them. But should a few score of them happen to get mixed up with the catches in the smelt nets, they are not despised, for the smelter can dispose of them to the fried fish purveyor, or can use them for his own table. When eel picking is in progress, flounders are often struck by the pick, which usually cuts them badly. But for all that, if one is halved by the cut, the fisherman will tell you, "Well, 'bor, that ain't much account. If he's a big 'un, we can eat both ends on him." I must confess to a great partiality for the toothsome butt, and in my summer holidays on Braiden I always take my butt pick as well as my eel pick. It is nice to tumble out of the houseboat into the punt and repair to the nearest drain, and having stabbed a few butts, to row back and clean them and drop them into the waiting fry pan before the kick has fairly died out of them. A few hours drying in the air makes them even better eating. A few viviparous blennies, skinned and fried with them, make a dish fit for a king. Flounders running to a very large size come up the river in December and January, when they spawn and frequent the deeper waters and the confluence of the Bure and the Yare. They are then excellent eating, as they are again in August, when they have been prowling about the flats and are known as grass-fed butts. The winter butt darting is a laborious process, only followed now by an occasional amateur, for the catches are small compared with those obtained 40 or 50 years ago, when darting was a remunerative employment. The dart is a rake-like pronged instrument, with 7 or 8 long barbs and a spread of 2 feet. A shaft of at least 24 feet is necessary. The boat drifts with the tide, and the fisherman mechanically jabs his rude instrument up and down a few inches as he floats. In frosty weather, from the continual running of water up the shaft as it is held horizontally in order to knock off an impaled fish, a coating of ice will form so thickly that it is almost impossible to grasp it. The fish die quickly and freeze as they struggle. This reads cold-blooded, but is it half as cruel and callous as the methods of an angler whose fish, useless when obtained, die at the bottom of his boat by inches? It were best for me to confess at once that I enjoy the recreation of a little summer butt sticking. Every sportsman, I suppose, makes apology for the pain he inflicts upon the particular section of the brute creation he delights to torture, but he does not always make public confession of it. I like a bit of eel picking too, although I do not wilfully delight in causing pain to any living creature. The pork butcher, least sentimental of all men, may perhaps have his regretful moments. I purpose for a page or two to take the reader with me on a little picking excursion. You must not mind the mud, so characteristic of Braiden and all Norfolk waterways. It will be fun, although the poor flounders might well say with the frogs, "What is fun to you is death to us." Herons and great grey gulls closely study the habits of the flounder and account for hundredweights in the course of a year. They wade and paddle in the shallows, hunting for them. Did you ever see a heron strike, seize, and then attempt to swallow a fair-sized specimen? If you have not, you should do so. You will see a rare display of craft, adroitness, and contortion, and you will wonder that the fish, whose progress down the bird's throat is distinctly seen, does not choke, or that the stiff ventral spine on the flounder does not stick fast in the heron's gullet, which would also lead to the same untimely end. No sooner is it down that 18-inch gullet than the heron takes a sip of water, fresh or salt, as the case may be, tries to look happy, and then reassumes his melancholy pose, waiting for another victim. Why the flounder goes by the local name of butt, I cannot decide, nor could a Lancashire fisherman say why he calls it a fluke. However, let that pass, and take this butt pick, get into the punt, and let us away to the Braiden drains. A summer butt pick is a far lighter weapon than one used in winter. Mine is, you see, a home-made affair, a 10-foot rod with a cross-piece of wood, into which are inserted 5 or 6 straightened cod-hooks. Yours is a lightly made iron one with far smaller tines than those used in winter. We shall get among the flounders in the shallows, often in 2 feet of water, thickened with the silt drawn from the flats by many little creeks. In clear water, the butts are quick to discern you and to dart away in haste. It is seldom you see a butt before you feel it on the pick or dart. Please understand that a flounder is not a dab. Scientists name the first Pleuronectes fleecis, the other Pleuronectes limander. The former prefers a muddy bottom, and corresponds with it in colour. Now and again he prowls over shelly bottoms. But the dab is a lighter hued fish, preferring a sandy habitat, hence his name of sand dab. He is more delicately flavoured, spawns at a different season, and seldom indeed visits Brayden. Now to our sport. June the 30th, 6 p.m. A fine June day with a strong ebb tide running. The sun is making his way across a gold-freckled sky towards his rest. A few black-headed gulls are gossiping on the mudflats instead of being at home with their friends at Houghton or Scolton. 6:15. Reached the ship drain after a stiff pull up channel. From our low punt, Braiden looks dreary with its vast plateau of mud, bare as a desert and redolent of seaweed. What possessed Turner to overlook such a rare subject for a master pencil? Yon yachting party, hard aground on the mud, would make a pretty object in the foreground of any picture, especially if the expressions of the stranded crew could be caught, as well as their anathemas. 6:20. Tied the punt to a stump of the old hulk Agnes. In 1876 her hull would have passed for a relic of Nelson's fleet. In Nelson's day she ploughed, slowly enough, the main, bringing fruits and wines from the Straits. Since I have sawn off the old dog figurehead, it would puzzle a novice to tell which was stem and which was stern. What rare birds have settled on the flat, against which, to block a troublesome creek, she was moored and scuttled? Avocets, spoonbills, black stork, broad-billed sandpiper, and many another. 6:40. Commence starting. He who picks sets at naught the science, the art, the traditions of angling, and of sporting proper. So says Piscator, who will sit a whole tide out and come smiling home with a half-score undersized flounders, and the memory of having hauled out a bushel or two of useless shore crabs, whose pincer claws tore up 9/10 of the bait, poor harmless shrimps or naked mussels. Yet they term flounder sticking cruel and barbarous amusement. They think nothing of impaling a living crustacean on a torturing hook, and having hooked a fish, of leaving the poor thing to die of suffocation. The flounder sticker spares the shrimp and hastens the death of his prey by a friendly stab. You cannot measure sport nor cruelty with a pair of calipers. 6:42. I had been pondering thus whilst drifting and jabbing. Jab, jab, jab. Sometimes in muddy ooze where the crossbar goes deeply in and comes up heavy with mud, and then on a shelly bottom, thick with broken valves of clams, the relics of many a generation. Here's a fish. Up quickly comes the dart with a fine flounder wriggling on two of the tines. A sharp crack on the head stuns it and knocks it onto the floorboards. 6:45. Impaled two crabs, one kicking excitedly, the other dead as a stone, the tine having gone through the centre of him. A pinprick at the sharp apex of his pointed, curled-up tail is at once fatal. The heart lies immediately under here. 6:50. Jab, jab, jab. We come across a bed of soft weeds thrown in a subterranean heap by some peculiar eddy. We can hardly pull the pick up for the weight that adheres to it. 6:55. Got him. This time we had a splendid fish, with 2 tines holding him fast, the blood trickling freely from both wounds. He is soon kicking out on the floorboards, the life remaining in him. Who said he is in agony? The fish surely is, if not entirely, all but cold-blooded, and does not feel pain like a wounded snipe or a stricken hare. Anglers would think fish have no right to feel at all. They ardently hope they do not. And many actions and doings of fish, which I have observed, have gone far to prove to me that their sensitiveness to pain is not acute. A fish is firmer and sweeter for being bled. Most Dutchmen bleed and otherwise kill their primer fish. Our own fishermen, I fear, do not wait for a turbot or a plaice to die before gutting them. I have never heard or read a protest against these methods. 6:58. My watch, like my waistcoat, is becoming begrimed with mud. You can't help it, and no Sunday suits should be brought onto Braiden, where a splash of a wave will stain your sleeve. I now had to rub the watch glass on my elbow to see its hands. 2 more fishers impaled, one half grown, the other no larger than a Transvaal medal. Now we stab 3 large ones at once. So fishers feel, do they? And it is cruel work. Isn't all butchery cruel? The butcher kills of necessity, does he? Vegetarians would say no to that. You will eat your beefsteak without remorse. I like a pan of fish, and of my own catching too. 7:05. Still jabbing. Fast again. This time I haul out a rusty iron pan. It is 7:12 before I get clear of it, and having straightened 3 hooks that had bent, continue my jabbing. 7:15. At the corner of George's Deek. Here the boat grates on a bed of shells that is probably several feet thick. A boat's length away is a fearfully deep hole, scoured and scooped out by eddying currents. We cannot reach bottom. We find fish lying at the entrance of each of the little tributary creeks that now empty their waters like so many midget waterfalls. We get a lot of fish here, and by 7:30 we have had sufficient sport. We must have caught enough to fill 2 buckets. Our arms ache with the unwonted exercise. Ache fit to come off. 8 p.m. The sun is setting. All over the west it illumines the blotches and streaks of fleecy clouds which glow with vivid red and gold, while the radiant sky is reflected by the moist flats. The ripple burrowards is afire with the sun. The blaze dazzles the eye. No sunsets can equal those of Brayden. Little by little the fire dies out, and now from burning embers the clouds turn greyer and yet greyer, until at length only the upper edge of that purple curtain hung in the west is touched with glowing brass, and then purpling, too, all die away to vapoury-looking masses. We find ourselves fast aground, but who remembers the greasy, muddy flats when peering into heaven? The gulls got up just now and went silently in a big wedge-shaped flock to roost upon the sea waves. Harsh croak of heron and mellow piping of plover break the quiet of eventide. 8:30. We gather our harvest of the estuary into a hamper, mop down decks and bottom boards, and row for home. One fine summer night, Blind Ben and I had been doing good business among the creeks, and had filled our basket. It was past the hour of midnight when, having left the punt beside the moorhen and walked home by the marshes, we reached the North Quay. The policeman on duty that night must have been sleeping in some quiet corner. Coming to a lamp, we stayed to divide our plunder, which we shot out on the pavement, and sat down to count it between us. The aroma of our catch spread far and wide, and we had not gone many yards before one night prowling tabby, and then another of different hue, came to share the smell. It was an exceedingly funny thing to see the cats concentrating their forces, coming to the wet spot on the pavement as wheel spokes to a common hub. And there we left them to their own devices. Braiden turns at home. For many years the comings and goings of those delightful and dainty seabirds have interested me, and having heard such glowing accounts of their nesting habits on the North Norfolk foreshore, I availed myself of the first opportunity of taking a trip to their native haunts. On Whit Monday, June the 12th, 1905, I paid a flying visit to the quaint old town of Wells, and, in company with Dr. S. H. Long of Norwich, spent a couple of hours in exploring the marshes extending immediately from the town front to the seashore. The tide was out, leaving exposed, in the bed of the creek that passes for a river, patches of mussel-covered mud. A single common tern was hungrily eyeing the rather turbid bit of water from a few yards above the surface, making more pretence at than really fishing. With a little trouble we crossed over to the marsh in a boat. The tramping and scrambling and leaping across the rough marshland, intersected by numerous sharply cut creeks that wound round about in every direction, and traversed by well-worn trails leading seawards, was made interesting by reason of meeting with forms of plant life which, with the exception of the Michaelmas daisy (Aster tripolium), the jointed glasswort, and the aromatic sea southernwood, were altogether different from those of my own neighbourhood. The thrift was conspicuously sprinkled around, with tufts and clumps of the shrub-like Suida fruticosa in equal abundance. The creeks and pole coals gave evidence of a varied fauna and invited research. A pair of redshanks had much to say against our intrusion. They evidently had a nest somewhere in one of the higher tussocky corners, which would be awkwardly placed, however tempting the area generally, unless beyond the reach of the tidal water, which on the spring tides, I am assured, places the whole marsh under water. I thought it rather odd that there should be here a 3 hours flood and a 9 hours ebb, and, stranger still, that a 12 and 14-foot rise is a usual thing, seeing that at Yarmouth, not so very far away, a 6-foot tide is esteemed a good one. A couple of shelled ducks most picturesquely broke the middle distance with a dash of conspicuous colouring, but they were exceedingly shy and quickly took to wing. On a subsequent visit in 1906, I was fortunate enough to crawl on my hands and knees to a burrow in which, Only a foot or more from the entrance, complacently sat the female on her complement of eggs. The locality chosen by the terns for their nesting quarters is barely above the common level, and the sea water, rising above the creeks, must, at unusually high tides, trickle into the depressions here and there. These cover an acre or two, perhaps more, and are within a stone's throw of the sea, from which they are separated by a ridge of low, hummocky sand dunes, hardly deserving the name of sandhills. These shut off the highest wave crests of the sea, which at low water is a good mile away. The usual high water limit, distinguished by a long thick rim of cockleshells numbered by myriads, and empty valves of solenensis, which I had but a few moments for inspecting, gave promise of many an hour's remunerative overhauling to any one sufficiently interested. And mirabile visu! Nest after nest of common terns dotted the inside edge of this ridge of jetsam and flotsam, a span or two only from the tide limit. The spume of the waves must have blown at times upon them. On asking the keeper what about a higher tide than usual, Tom Cringle suggestively shook his head. On referring to the all too meagre report for 1904 of the Wells Wild Bird Protection Society, I find a suggestion of danger. There were neither heavy gales nor high tides to harm the nests, and by poisoning the rats early in the season, the young birds were saved from their depredations. End of section 11. Section 12 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Summer Hours on Braiden, Part 3. The larger area referred to is a wide-spreading shingly level, interspersed by patches of sparse verdant dune herbage. The terns, the common Sterna fluviatilis, and the little Sterna minuta, had much to say by way of protest, and flew screaming around, the little chit pearl as vociferous as its larger relative, in excited hundreds, like so many whirling snowflakes, keeping up their objections so long as we kept upon the move. The nests in many places were but a yard apart. A triangular stride would cover 3 of them. I was struck by the marvellous correspondence in colour of the eggs to their surroundings. Those deposited among the rufous-tinted shingle were of a russet colour. The ground here was almost as smooth as if it had been rolled. Indeed, the levelled stones gave one the impression of a rude attempt at tessellated pavement. Among the blue-grey patches of pebbles, the predominating tints of the eggs were greyish, and on the greener portions they most assimilatively assumed that coloration. In some instances, however, conspicuously contrasted eggs quickly caught the eye. Dr. Long pointed out one egg on a dark ground of a vivid bluish green, and some nests contained 3 differently coloured eggs. Every egg was blotched more or less with bluish ash and dark brown. The eggs of the common tern were easily distinguished from those of its confrère by their larger size. In almost every instance 3 eggs were laid, and most of them were hard set. I obtained an addled one of each species, and understood that one clutch of young birds had already forsaken their nest. We looked in vain, however, for any of them in the adjacent marrams. They appear to be as capable of concealment as the little ones of the ringed plover. Extreme vigilance was necessary to avoid trampling on nests, but we soon learned to spot them, thanks to Tom Cringle's trademark, in the shape of a heel-pushed heap about a foot away from each. With a few exceptions, every nest of the common tern was lined with coarse sixpenny-sized pieces of cockle and oyster shells, those of the little terns being adorned by a handful of finer fragments. There can be no doubt these pieces of shell are collected by the birds instinctively for the sake of their useful retention of heat. They certainly do not add to comfort otherwise. All the eggs were not only warm to the touch, but the lining of shells was distinctly so also. Their ring plover neighbours used still smaller fragments. A few of the larger terns' nests were lined with dry grass bents and formed really comfortable, cosy habitations. Here and there we came across patches of pebbles running larger, many being the size of the tern's eggs, others as large as a hen's egg. These seemed to be seldom wetted, even by the sea spray, and were of a blue-grey colour. Many of them were plentifully spotted with a minute lichen, which I have seen referred to as Lecanora aspersa, and also as Lecidea petrea, the latter most probably being the correct name. The author provides the following footnote. I forwarded the lichen-covered stone from Aldborough to the late H. D. Geldart, who wrote, I sent one of your stones to London to be named. The spots on it are the hypothallus of Lecidea petrea, a tolerably common lichen on pebbles. End of footnote. Wherever a trio of eggs had been located amongst these, the similitude was remarkable. I took a stone or two home with me, and, placing egg and stones together, made a coloured sketch of them, just for the novelty of it. These lichen-spotted stones do not occur at Yarmouth, where all the shingle strips are subject to the laving of the sea waves, but at Aldborough on the Suffolk coast, under conditions like those obtaining at Wells, I found long stretches of them exactly corresponding in appearance. We presently hid in the long marram grass on the higher sand heaps, when the terns with no more ado simply flew above their nests, and from an elevation of 10 or 20 feet alighted right down upon them, their wings closing as their light buoyant bodies touched their precious eggs. The wind was easterly, and nearly all their agitated manoeuvres had been performed with head to it, and they, without exception, sat upon their eggs with the bill pointing eastward. The clamour ceased at once. Just before we sat down on the sand dune, we flushed a red-legged partridge from its nest, the startled bird dashing across the nesting area, whereupon the angry terns darted down upon it and fairly mobbed it out of sight. I regret that my time was so limited, for the nesting habits of the terns are exceedingly interesting, and Tom Cringle himself, a characteristic son of the marshes, was no chick at bird lore, nor uninteresting in his conversation. A mighty hunter of wildfowl he may be in the winter months, but a famous and reliable watcher he appears to be in his proper season, and I question whether any of the egg-poaching fraternity would profit by trying any of their games upon him. That the very careful protection given the terns at nesting time is rewarded by good results seems to be an assured fact, and one only regrets that on their passage south in the autumn they should be treated with scant kindliness by irresponsible gunners. It is gratifying, too, to know that at Cley and Blakeney, equally famous nesting places, similar protection is afforded them, and the report issued by this society is so entertaining that I am constrained to copy a few lines from the Watcher's report for 1904. May the 22nd. Found lesser and common terns and dotterels, or ringed plovers, nests with eggs. May the 28th to end of month. Plenty of fresh nests. June the 12th. First clutch of lesser terns and dotterels hatched out. June the 13th and 14th. First lot of common terns hatched. Strong, healthy birds. The last line of R. Pinchin's report is most satisfactory. I am sure there are more tern, sheldrake, etc. come every year. The report for 1905 for Cley and Blakeney was equally satisfactory, and as it may be interesting for comparison, I take the liberty of adding it. The following are from R. Pinchin's entries. May the 22nd. Found several lesser terns and dotterels' nests with eggs. May the 23rd and 24th. Found first nest of common tern and plenty of nests of each sort to end of month. June the 7th. First clutch of dotterels hatched out. June the 10th. First clutch of lesser terns. June the 11th and 12th. Several more hatched out, strong, healthy birds. June the 15th. First clutch of common tern. June the 16th. Saw young sheldrakes. There were a good number of nests which hatched out well this season. From June the 16th to the 21st. Terns and dotterels hatching out and doing extra well. Very few young ones have died. June the 24th. Saw young lesser terns with feathers. Would soon be able to fly. June the 26th. Saw clutch of 12 young sheldrake and another clutch of 6. July the 2nd. 3 young redshanks hatched out of nest of 4 eggs. 1 egg bad. These were very late. July the 3rd. Saw some sandwich terns, but none nested here. Most of the young ones got off very early. There were several fresh nests of common terns after July the 3rd. I poisoned the rats before the birds commenced to nest, but was much troubled with a few stoats during the latter part of the season. However, I succeeded in killing most of them. During the winter I saw 3 Iceland gulls, 1 old and 2 young ones, also some little gulls and a Sabine's gull, but nothing else rare. Signed, R. Pinchin. I was fortunate in seeing the report of the Wells Wild Bird Protection Society for 1905, and append the same. Twyford Hall, April the 25th, 1906. The watcher, Tom Kringle, informs me that the number of nesting terns increased as usual, especially the lesser terns, of which there were at least 60 pairs. There were no high tides during the season. I went round the nests on July the 3rd and found that a great number of the young birds were dying off. I thought that as many as half the hatch were dead or dying. The dead birds had no marks of injury on them, and whether they died from an epidemic or from starvation, I cannot say. Arthur Patterson notes that herring sile, the chief food of the terns, were remarkably scarce in the summer of 1905. There had been no rough weather to prevent the old ones fishing, nor heavy hailstorms, but all that I picked up appeared to have empty crops. An increasing number of visitors went round the nests. Signed, C. A. Hammond, Secretary. Breydon herons at home. 9 miles to the south-west of Great Yarmouth, on the north side of the River Yare, lies the large but scattered village of Braiden, so named, it is supposed, from the great quantities of reeds that formerly characterised the adjacent lowlands, and made somewhat important by reason of its being a junction on the Great Eastern Railway. It was here, too, that Lodbrog the Dane is said to have been slain by the jealous Bern, the Saxon king's huntsman. To me, the greatest interest attaching to Reedham is the fact that a flourishing colony of herons is established there, and, after a long determined intention, I at length paid a hurried visit to it on the hot, sultry afternoon of July the 15th, 1905. The heronry may be easily seen from the windows of the train just as it enters the outskirts of the village, although the unsuspecting might pass and repass it many times without a knowledge of its existence. At intervals along the route, the lumbering flight of a passing heron may be noticed, or some member of this colony may be seen thigh deep in a Braiden run, watching for a lunch of eels, and now and again another, scarce troubling to look at the snorting engine ahead of us, stolidly eyes the ditch he stands in, hoping for the coming of some vole or stickleback, for he knows the monster to be harmless as far as he is concerned. The Reedham heronry is situated about a mile from the station, in a wooded carr on rising ground where the marshes commence, and it is reached by a roundabout roadway, made lively for the pedestrian at this season by the flies, which seem to be awaiting his coming in the tall nettles that front the thick-set hedges, and where the meadow brown butterflies start ahead at his shadow. I was fortunate in finding Mr. Preston, the steward, immediately on entering the farm premises, and was made noisily welcome by a brace of chained dogs. It was but a short ramble from here to the heronry, the harsh cries of some of the birds betokening that several of them were as yet at home. Preston, an intelligent and interesting man who seemed justly proud of the birds, pointed out, as we strolled along, a turnip field most woefully suffering from the canker. On every leaf or remnant of it were numbers of small green larvae, with curiously pointed posterior, and which skipped about in a most excited manner on a sheet of paper when touched, in that lateral, wriggling fashion assumed by a chopped worm, but infinitely more quickly. The author provides the following footnote. I forwarded several of them to Mr. H. J. Thulis of Norwich, with whom they pupated. He has since informed me they were the larvae of a small moth, Plutella cruciferarum. It is a very distinctive species. End of footnote. I was afterwards informed that my old friends, the starlings, went after them by thousands. But the pests were so widely distributed in Norfolk that year that irreparable damage was done the farmers. On the field mentioned, 140 herons have at times assembled. As one enters the closely packed clump of tall Scotch firs and somewhat attenuated ashes, he is greatly impressed by the luxuriant growth of the reeds and bracken that, often together, crowd beneath them, the fronds of the latter shoulder high in places. Whilst beautiful ferns, tall, vicious nettles, and sprays of red campion abound, and hundreds of red ripe wild raspberries invite him to pluck and taste them. The height of the trees and their thickly bushed tops attract attention, as also does one ancient fir, standing in their midst, dead and decaying, a barked, scarred and punctured skeleton. You feel something akin to pity as well as interest in the old thing, which seems ready to totter and fall. But the sturdy survivors clustering around it ward off the evil day and screen it from every wind. In that dead tree more interest seemed centred than in all those living. It had died of sheer old age and was now a happy hunting ground of the lesser spotted woodpecker. The droppings of the herons had not killed it, or why had it suffered alone? The thickly growing undergrowth had caught much of the heron's excreta before any of it had touched the earth beneath it, and, far from suffering, grew the more rankly for it. There was "an ancient and fish-like smell" in the air that tickled the nostrils somewhat, but not offensively, although the bailiff assured me there was something in it, after a heavy shower of rain. Kestrels were here in plenty, and the keen-eyed hawks dashed into the open with emphatic and shrilly cries of "kee, kee, kee" at our approach. "You don't kill the kestrels?" I asked of Preston. "No, I do not," he replied. "They are far too useful." A remark that spoke much for his forbearance and common sense. Wood pigeons, too, flip-flapped away from their slovenly nests, leaving their low-built, loosely stacked bundles of faggots in hot haste. In one instance I saw the greater part of an egg showing between the foundations. In a few moments we came under the herons' nests, which needed no pointing out, for such huge constructions, although by no means carelessly built, and with several occasionally adorning a single tree, stood out boldly between my binoculars and the sky; while in a few open spaces between the topmost boughs, old birds might be seen wheeling around on light, strong wing, in a manner by no means ungraceful, and altogether different from that heavy, lumbering flight one notices as fishing birds move from one Braiden drain to another, or when they are lazily winging their way over the marsh ditches. The familiar "Frank" was repeatedly uttered, and an occasional deeper bass "Trook" betrayed anxiety and a note of warning. Some nest had probably and unwittingly been bereft of a juvenile tenant. Presently we found our surmise correct, for we came across a young heron, full feathered but unable to fly, who at our approach, scared and excited, played a clumsy game of leapfrog with the bracken he has often blundered through. We let him go. His parents would have found it awkward to drop through the tangled branches to come and console him, but there can be no doubt he will find enough food thrown down to him, perhaps unintentionally, to keep him going until he dares venture out to the neighbouring ditches to hunt for himself. Only a few young herons remained in their nests. The majority, indeed, sat or stood just outside them. We noted that they were well feathered, and all but ready to follow their elders to their daily war upon the frogs, voles, and fishes. But such bundles of faggots were these high-perched nests. Some of them would well nigh have filled a wheelbarrow. On one large ash tree there must have been over a dozen, and the whole 90 and more of them were so closely built that you might have sat in the central one and easily have pitched its eggs into the furthermost nest. And this is the heronry in the very wood wherein, 300 years ago, Sir Thomas Browne also saw the spoonbills nesting. I felt like taking off my hat, for the place seemed hallowed by associations and venerable in its history. The herons are looked for every year, reg'lar as a clock, on February the 1st. Their call is heard for the first time, the bailiff assured me, on that date at about 8 in the evening, so punctual are they on their return. On April the 1st, young ones are heard twipping in the nests. In early summer, the young ones keep much in the vicinity of the wood, using that side most sheltered from the wind. The frogs, water voles, sticklebacks, and other creatures in the neighbouring moist places then pay heavy toll. At pairing time there is much ado in the tree-tops, squabbles being not infrequent, and no wonder when they begin to set up establishments as close to each other as houses in a Yarmouth row. In August they all depart and find fresh pastures. Some, no doubt, take a trip to the continent, a procedure as fashionable with birds as with men. It was made pretty plain, too, where there were nests overhead, by the big area of white-splashed plants below. A score of angry and inebriated whitewashers could not have flung their whitewash half so effectively. It seemed to have rained excreta. And lying around in the less besmeared places, and under the bracken, were many pellets, mostly the size of ducks' eggs. I noticed these in hundreds when brushing aside the herbage in order to discover any fish that might have fallen, but in this search I was not fortunate, though I picked up a 3-inch tail end of an eel, brown, frayed, and evil-smelling. It had evidently been thrown up by an overfed or excited youngster. 2 of the pellets I took home with me and pulled to pieces. They smelt like decayed mushrooms. They were hard to disintegrate, being closely matted, and had much the appearance, when torn, of black cotton wool. I found them composed almost entirely of the fur of the water vole, with a few broken, brittle teeth and fragments of skulls that crumbled somewhat easily between the fingers. I warrant that the herons destroy thousands of water voles in the course of a season. In one pellet I found cream-white maggot-like larvae, probably of some beetle, and many minute insects that, on white paper, by the aid of a powerful lens, could be distinguished as a microscopic beetle much resembling a staphylinid. Mr. Preston remarked that the herons did now and again drop small eels, running up to half a pound, and sometimes a few small freshwater fishes. He had found half a small jack, and a trout weighing at least £1, but had never discovered a flatfish, which is curious, seeing that in certain seasons, when eels are not plentiful, flounders have to satisfy them when fishing on Braiden. I saw early in July 6 young herons busy on Brayden, capturing little flounders. End of section 12. Section 13 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Summer Hours on Braiden, Part 4. For neighbours, the herons have the kestrels and wood pigeons, and this season a pair of carrion crows. These, the bailiff said, were shy, wary, and silent. They seemed to know they bore the mark of an avine cane. They allowed of no near approach, but glided out of their nest like black spirits, noiselessly and speedily, and kept away until the coast was clear again. Rooks nested there numerously also, and as many as 500 young ones were shot each season, while jackdaws too had a few nests in the neighbourhood. Reedham Heronry is by no means a lonely spot in birddom. All the time we were chatting and brushing through the bracken, an hour at least, various species of moths took to wing at our approach, but not so the flies which buzzed around our heads by hundreds. Our hats were like beehives. The prevailing odour must certainly be sweet to them, and no doubt they find the undergrowth a happy hunting ground. They either welcomed us or protested against our presence. I thought they did a great deal of both, and but for decorating the eaves of my hat with a festoon of brake leaves, the torture, to me at any rate, would have been unendurable. My friends seemed on better terms with them. They left us, however, when we came out of the car, and in a very short time I left my most communicative friend to hurry to the train, thanking my lucky star that my name and fame had preceded me, and had acted as an open sesame to the good man's store of heron lore. On arrival home, I opened Mr. Southwell's dainty volume on Natural History by Thomas Brown, and could but help wishing that his remark, "The great number of rivers, rivulets, and plashes of water makes herns and herneries to abound in these parts," held good in its entirety to-day. But to see such a goodly heronry as that at Reedham was an experience far from uninteresting, and I endorsed his further remark respecting "young henses being esteemed a festival dish and much desired by some palates, for I certainly prefer to wild duck the carcass of a juvenile heron that has not yet grown rank by living long enough on a diet of fishes and other flavouring creatures." July 1895. A night on Braiden marshes. The night cloud is edged with gold as the sun sinks slowly out of sight behind it. Streaks of yellow and red with spots of purple freckle and fringe the widespread curtain of the sky. A quietude, restful and almost oppressive, settles over the marshland. It is refreshing after the turmoil and the rumble of the streets in the distant town, now grown grey and indistinct as eventide draws a curtain over its strifes and sorrows. As the daylight wanes, the lamps begin to sparkle and gleam, but the darkness seems laggard in its coming to the flat lowland country as imperceptibly night creeps on. We were interested, when coming upstream, in seeing the petulant redshanks clamorously scolding on the river bank, or darting on pointed wing that showed streaks of glistening white. Something had startled that pair of birds. The rambling of a bullock, perhaps, into dangerous proximity to the nest. Or may it not have been merely their evensong? So we thought for a time. But turning our eye round to see if the coast is clear, as a careful boatman often does, we notice a small object afloat in midstream, and on a second look we see that it is moving. Curiosity prompts a closer inspection, and a few quick strokes bring us to it. The redshank's clangour has, if anything, redoubled, and their excitement too. Stooping, we slip a hand under a tiny bird still covered with a greyish down, and recognise it at once as a baby redleg. It is a matter of but a few strokes more, and our punt glides beside the rond, on which we place the little swimmer, and as soon as we are deemed at safe distance, the old birds joyously come to the wee thing's help. Why that small bird got into the middle of the river defies our guessing. It swam with the buoyancy we have also seen in a nestling peewit in a precisely similar situation. These clean-toed waders swim well. Surely the old birds do not attempt to carry their young as the woodcock sometimes does. There was a pleasant breeze just before the sun's face turned glowing crimson, and loomed up larger as it neared the empurpled horizon. The reeds nodded and rustled their speary leaves at us as our boat brushed past them, gliding up the sluice to the moorhen's stern to take up our summer night's lodging. The author gives the following footnote. In the 90s, the moorhen was moored in the Milldeek at Morby, when Banham lived at the Marsh Farm. The notes comprising this sketch were made at the time, and will help to convey an idea of the loneliness and isolation of Brayden. End of footnote. A reed warbler was singing his loudest ditty in the reed clump, but his song scarcely rose above the sound of their playful rustling. With the going down of the sun, the breeze too died away, and then the night prowlers and the night flyers took the places vacated by those that loved the day. It seemed almost like sacrilege. The harsh noises of hewing wood for the cabin fire and the preparations for a pot of tea. But while the kettle is boiling, we sit in the stern sheets of the moorhen and look out into the gloaming. A dark object, some living creature, creeps cautiously out of the reeds and runs along the muddy margin. There is just sufficient light in the afterglow to show its form distinctly enough. Anyone with half an eye might have known it at once for a water vole. Only the unobservant would have called it a water rat, and been ready in a moment to throw at it a piece of stick or a bit of hardened mud. There are few who do not begrudge a rat its life. Another vole joins it, its mate no doubt. They are out for a feed and frolic. Deliberately does one pull down a thick succulent grass blade, nibbling it through at its base, and sitting upon its haunches while working away at it with its yellow incisors. Munch, munch, We can hear it quite distinctly until the last inch disappears between its teeth. Now it wipes its face with its finger-like paws, scratches its left ear with its hind foot, and turns to seize another grass blade, when up runs its companion and evidently makes some sign, for the two scuttle at once into the safer mazes of the reeds, to peer out again directly, as if half ashamed of being so nervous. The swallows, many of which were recently hatched in the crevices and in nests under the beams in the old marsh mill behind us, have been wheeling round the mill cap and dashing in and out of its wicket and window until quite dusk. Whether they wish to curtail the short summer night's napping, or to snatch up a few moths to vary the day's gleanings among the flies with a change of diet, we cannot say. But by the time the bats are on the wing, the last swallow has tucked its bill under its wing coverts in the quaint, grim edifice, the creaking of whose wooden wheels sometimes makes weird lullaby to bird and beast and man within hearing of it. Little bats and big bats, pipistrelle and noctule, are now dashing hither and thither overhead. There may be even rarer species among them, but so little attention, which alas often means slaughter as well, is given to the Cheiroptera, that the identity of some of them may be left undecided. We cannot mistake the broad-winged noctule, for he is a big fellow, a foot across his membranous wings, and he looms up larger than he really is, like a bird in a fog. He has a fine set of teeth, as we know by experience, and can use them well. The night-flying beetles and the flittering moths find this out to their cost. Whether the noctule catches the big door beetles in the folds of his wing, I cannot say. He halts strangely in his flight sometimes, and may do so in order to seize upon the beetle. But we rather think so strong-limbed a creature might do damage to those india rubber-like wings, which are so delicate and sensitive. He is clever, indeed, if in the dusk he seizes his flying prey between his teeth. Anyway, we can distinctly hear him scrunch up the beetle, hard wing cases as well, as he loiters a moment or two in his flight. Our hearing is keener than that of many persons, and we can say, what some disbelieve, that we have often heard the quick snap of a swallow's or a house martin's mandibles closing on a fly as the bird flitted by. As to the number of moths upon the wing, an entomologist might run himself tired in pursuit of the various species. The open doors of the houseboat, with the rays of our lamp shining brightly beyond, attract a number of them, and so many white, grey, brown and variously speckled creatures flutter into the cabin that it has become an insectarium. Before it was quite so dark as it is just now, we had occasion to push off in the punt to the Marshman's house across the river. A distorted willow fronts the house. This was surrounded by quite a host of ghost-like moths, white and as glossy as satin. These a fern owl shortly after found out. Perhaps he knew the spot well, and he flitted around quite merrily, jarring his strange whirling note at intervals every time he alighted upon a broken rail beside the tree, and sat tail up, as if the weight of his supper had spoilt his balance. But this is an odd way Master Goatsucker has of resting. Who loves the rippling song of the reeds, loves also the brisker notes of the reed warbler. One at our elbow bursts forth into a spirited roundelay, his one and oft repeated song. The little fellow, not larger than a linnet, and too bashful to force his presence unduly upon our notice, seems to have a heart so full of merriment that he must needs wake up at intervals during the night to give vent to his exuberance of spirits. This song he sang at Whitsuntide, and he has not yet tired of it, nor have we. We never saw such a fellow. The bolting of a water vole, the whispering of the wind through the reed bed, the slush of a bream, or the croak of a moorhen will certainly disturb him, but he is never resentful, never sullen. Instead, he cheers himself with song, like a true philosopher. So he never seems to make enemies, although some take advantage of him. The other day we saw a reed warbler chasing a small blue dragonfly as it skidded past his lair, his home at least, for his nest, suspended on a scaffolding of reed stems, we found in that reed clump. There was a fat young cuckoo in the nest, and the rightful tenants had been shouldered out. We looked for them, but no doubt some water vole had found them for a titbit and had eaten them. How the young usurper resented our interference, snapping viciously at our fingers and protesting with every lifted feather. We could have wrung his neck for a couple of pins, but that he was now all in all to his foster parents, the silly dupes, who fed him assiduously, enjoying in their ignorance that protective instinct which passes for good works and parental care, though they must at times have thought their baby an ugly prodigy, and sighed over the labour he gave them. Their misplaced love kept them busy enough, searching for aphis, slug and spider, and hunting for many a caterpillar. It is now midnight. Everything around has blended into indistinctness, save for the dusky outline of solid things, the distant trees, the mill behind us, and the bank top that ends in darkness. A few stars twinkle overhead and are reflected in the ditch we are moored in, making the shallow cut appear unfathomable. Moths still flutter in the glowing light that escapes through the houseboat's open door, dancing in gaily, only to burn their toes and scare themselves around the lamp glass. And tiny gnats, or mosquitoes with screamy buzz, trip in eccentric flight under the cabin roof, now and again coming to grief against the hot lamp glass. Many of the noises, the low of a sleepy bullock, the croak of a marsh bird, and the hum of a droning beetle, have all but ceased. A few nocturnal species are still afoot and a-wing, but they are silent as behoves those who prowl when others sleep. Once we hear the scuffle of a rat with his fellow. The manners of Mus decumanus are very apparent. There was a fight for the possession of a stranded roach at the sluice end. We note the quack of a passing fowl and the wail of a wandering curlew. We hear, too, a strange medley of gull cries borne over the marshes from Braiden. Something has disturbed their slumbers on the flat. These nocturnal calls and pipings are by no means unpleasant, for they add a fitting weirdness to the night. The pleasantest of all the night cries is that of the lapwing. Two of them are nesting on a marsh hard by. One is at present on its nest. Her companion, with others off duty in the locality, are worming in a likely corner of the marsh adjoining. Master Hornpie knows well that the worms like the cool evening, and worms are his favourite dainties. He knows of their presence by the feel of them, as in his runnings to and fro their cold bodies touch his sensitive toes. The worm is quick to bolt indoors, but the lapwing is quicker, and seizing it by the head, hangs tightly but tenderly to it, and at length persuades it to come up and be devoured. We are of opinion, too, that those great beady eyes have a barn owl's fitness for seeing in the dark. But for these occasional sounds of nature, the moments flit by in silence. We fain would have them linger, as Wordsworth seemed to desire when writing, "Summer ebbs, each day that follows is a reflex from on high, tending to the darksome hollows, where the frosts of winter lie." There is no mist on the marshes to-night, or we had turned in earlier. The first hour of a new day finds us still keeping vigil. We have just refreshed our lower nature with steaming coffee, and ransacked our locker for a dainty hidden there. The changes which usher in the daylight are worth the watching. The gradual lightening of the eastern sky from deepest blue to palest green, the dimming of the stars, the streaks of gold and rosy tints lighting up the horizon, the dots of purple and the answering tints above head, and now to the westward, change and pale and brighten, giving place to other tints and colours in panoramic succession. The sun is throwing up bright sharp rays to herald his coming before we have rolled ourselves up in our blankets and thrown ourselves upon the settles to snatch a brief period of repose. All is a blank until we hear the sharp rattle of the marshman's stick upon the side of our cabin. He has crossed the river in order to complete his rounds. Morning and night he patrols his widespread domains to see if the cattle and horses are safe and sound. Now and again he finds one flank deep in a deek, and on several occasions we have helped him, with tackle and block, to pull out some half-drowned creature, and gathered some of his mushrooms for our trouble. The author provides the following footnote. In all weathers and seasons, save in the depth of winter, these walks round have to be undertaken. On one occasion a bull had blundered into a deep ditch, and required the whole of the available men in the neighbourhood to pull him out, whereon he charged all and sundry, and a hasty flight was expedient. This was gratitude. End of footnote. He tramps a score miles each day, and often 30. We answer his knock, but grunt for a respite, and slumber a full hour longer. When we turn out for a refreshing bath, the sun is well up in the heavens. The meadow-brown butterflies and the swallows and 100 other creatures are on the wing. 2 or 3 white-sailed yachts have already passed upstream. The low banks hide their hulls, and they seem to be ploughing through the marshes, so serpentine is the course of the Bure. Brown-sailed wherries are careering along before a gentle breeze, and the merry "Good morning, governor," from a red-capped wherryman is the first salute we receive. The footprints of a heron in the mud astern of us tell of the strange company we have had since nightfall. Maybe he had one of the voles for breakfast this morning. Half an hour later, our breakfast over, you would have found us trudging merrily along the new road. In 40 minutes we had left Morby Hill 4 miles behind us by river distance, and at 9 o'clock we timed our watch by the town hall clock. End of section 13. Section 14 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Braiden in Leisurely Autumn, Part 1. On houseboats. With the advent of August, summer may be said to have rounded the corner. The days may be warmer, but there is a perceptible shortening of the daylight, while an appearance of ripeness creeps over the face of nature. One feels perhaps more leisurely in August than in any other month of the year, for there come the welcome holidays, with a sense of restfulness and relaxation. Far and wide scatter the holiday-making crowds, and I, now that my summer holidays have come, make for Brayden. It is not everyone who could remain for a month content with so muddy and level and solitary a holiday resort, but all tastes are not alike, and having spent the summer in the slums of a big seaport town, one can well appreciate a spell of rough and tumble life, free and unrestrained, getting up when one chooses, doing just what one fancies, and leading the simple life, free of life's nastinesses, of neighbours, newspapers, and noises. Much of our pleasure in life is anticipatory. The preparations for a holiday are cheerfully undertaken, and are a kind of forestalment of its enjoyments. And who can gauge the pleasures enjoyed by a boating man who scrapes and paints and rigs and overhauls his stores before he goes afloat? But long before August comes, the old moorhen has put on her annual rig-out. Cushions, blankets, and household gear and sundries have been reinstalled, and nights, not a few, have already been spent therein. There has, however, been the inevitable rush back in the early morning. The moorhen lies near Banham's farm, 2 good miles from the town, shored up like a hull still on the stocks, on a little rond bordered round by timbers, to arrest the constant licking away of the margins by moving waters and lapping waves. When tides are low, one can wander up by walls or marshes, for when the creeks are empty, even a punt must remain stranded. When one would get back by boat, care must be taken to watch the tides, or to leave the punt moored half a mile down the walls, in a drain that is empty only at low water. The watcher, afloat yonder across the flats in his Noah's Ark, has water always under him. Breydon houseboats differ little externally, and are simply huts with nearly flat roofs, or are built span-roof fashion, on a condemned but not necessarily worn-out smacks boat. Only in internal arrangement do they differ. An eel babber's or a smelter's hut may be left in the rough, or, if he seeks greater comfort, it may be matchboarded inside and varnished or painted as it pleases him. Stoves to warm the cabins differ as greatly as those who cook their pans of frying eels upon them. Lockers usually fill up the ends, fore and aft. The settles serve as cupboards below, in which coal, water bottles, and a score other cumbersome necessaries are stowed. The moorhen boasts a mantelpiece and one or two other decorations of an artistic character. The Braidener bundles in his houseboat, nets, and much of his gear, and he sleeps soundly upon a sack thrown over the nets and corks, with another, or a blanket, flung over himself. Outside float his eel trunks, and on the roof you will find his poles, picks, and sails. He is a Robinson Crusoe afloat. Houseboats vary in value, from the tarry veteran at 50 shillings to the more elaborate amateur punt gunner's roomy ark, worth as many pounds. Luxury and utility, sometimes combined, are viewed from different standpoints afloat, as well as on shore. In the houseboat. The first Monday evening in August finds our punt well laden with some of the necessaries of life, bread, tea, potatoes, and what not, every parcel snugly stowed away in the side lockers or under the forepeak. A steady south-easterly wind with a flowing tide are in our favour, and as we are in no great hurry, I have taken in a reef of the old brown tan sail, so that you will have plenty of headroom, and can see whatever birds may be bustling around, making sure of a supper of some sort before the sun sets. These south-easterly winds, so common off this coast in the warmer evenings, are most convenient for our upgoing, and 9 times out of 10 we can reckon on a shift to the north'ard and the west'ard by sunrise, sufficient to waft us home, either on the ebb or the flood tide. I need not explain the processes of nature which so oblige us. The sun has been glaringly hot to-day, and the heated air quivers over the warm flats. Here and there distant objects appear inverted. The far-off mills loom up big, and stand out of the mist, gleaming and weird. Some herons yonder on the Duffels Flats show up distinctly and much magnified, while several black-backed gulls look as large as bustards, and when they are moving one might almost mistake them, at first glance, for a company of black-coated boys manoeuvring. It is a wonderful sight, this Braiden mirage. Even the bullocks on the walls are distorted, and appear to be standing on stilts, while the trees beyond Braiden and the stakes in the channel look ghostly and uncanny. It is the density of the different strata of air, affected by the hot mud and cooler waters of the estuary, which gives these mingled effects of refraction and reflection. It is a far more interesting phenomenon than the marsh mists which often hover above the lowlands at sunset, blotting out all the view beyond the nearest marshes on either side. This all-pervading layer of mist sometimes hovers a foot or two above the grass, and only the legs of grazing cattle are visible. Then, while one stands marvelling, it drops nearer the ground, hiding all but their heads and backs. A misty night prophesies a fine morning, and a dry cabin top after nightfall is often the sign of a wet to-morrow. We passed a lot of gulls squabbling over a couple of stale loaves that had been heaved overboard by some indignant yachtsman. On the edge of the ship drain a parcel of little terns sit bunched up, head to wind, resting after the day's fishing. One little fellow finds the whitebait flashing in the clear water most alluring. He hovers questioningly around the punt as we mimic his bat-like squeal. How keenly the small thing eyes every movement of the tiny fishes in the water below, which flash like strips of gold in sunlight as they play near the surface. It is odd to see the sharp underturn of the bird's head when it catches sight of a likely victim, dropping backwards in its flight, and suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, dashing obliquely at it and seizing it with unerring aim. A youngster on the flat has been watching its mother fishing, and lifts itself, all aflutter and vociferous as any young starling, to receive the fish which is presently most adroitly dropped between its mandibles. I never tire of watching these delightful creatures, old and young, fishing and begging, toying and toiling. This high and often dry flat at the left of the entrance to the ship drain is a favourite resort of the various terns, the little terns in particular, which in spring make it a kind of halfway house, and in the early autumn a sort of nursery for their youngsters. I have spent an hour at a time near this flat watching them, and wondering how each bird knows its own among the 10 or 20 squealing chicks sitting in a line about a yard apart. It is curious how a mother tern will pass 3, 4 or 5 and stop at the 6th, delivering to it a portion of its dinner, a nice fresh young herring. Another flits by to the 12th, and scarcely does one little one of all the first 11 raise more than a bill to greet the passer-by, but the 12th bird is all a flutter and a fuss to welcome it. Mutual recognition seems a certainty. I noticed that the elder bird always cheeped as it neared its own offspring, and sometimes dropped the fish beside it, as if to tempt the little thing to learn to help itself. The number of terns visiting Braiden in August is largely influenced by the abundance or scarcity of herring sile. A few small waders are passed, chiefly young dunlins and redshanks, tame as house sparrows, for they have not yet learnt that man is a butcher. The young dunlins are indifferently marked, hardly so drab as they will be in mid-winter, while an adult bird or two, solitary in habit, and just now freed from the cares of domesticity, still retain the livelier hues of springtime, the black horseshoe patch being as well defined as ever. The saddle-backed and the common gulls are as tame as pheasants, seemingly knowing that harm would not come to them in the sunnier days, while of the blackheads the old are fast losing their hoods and the young are blotched with rich brown patches. I think the juvenile stage of Larus ridibundus is far prettier than the more decidedly handsome dress of summer and equally clean trim attire of early winter. Its flesh-coloured extremities are wonderfully in keeping with its pretty plumage. I dislike to hear this species called the kitty. I'd sooner hear it called the Scoulton pewit. The true kittiwake, whose legs are black, very rarely visits Braiden. Only once in my experience have I got close to one, a wounded example, sitting on the apex of the wall, having no doubt flown in from the sea. Mr. Dye, some 15 years ago, shot an adult kittiwake here in November. On reaching the moorhen, we at once turn in to light a fire and get tea ready. This task falls to the skipper, and anyone who has joined as crew is at liberty meanwhile to have a good look round from the staging to watch the passing up and down of yachts and wherries in the Channel, or to overlook the scattered birds at their ablutions or gleaning up their suppers. There remains yet a small bare patch of weed-covered flat in front of us. In an hour it will be under water. A few redshanks and a greenshank or two are restlessly picking at the margin of the encroaching tide, while a few juvenile starlings, whose yellow-billed parents brought them shrimps and sea lice from the shrimpers' nets drying at the mastheads in the spring, now glean up crustaceans for themselves among the stranded raw and grass. Early training governs even our appetites. Gossip and tea occupy some time, and it is sundown ere we notice how the time has flown, and dusk before we have cleared away and ceased yarning. Nature lovers find much in common to discourse on, and just as we have stowed away to enjoy an hour's observation outside, in comes Bannum, the marshman, with a cheery "Good evening, gentlemen," for the pipe of good fellowship and a mardle. For those who dwell in solitary places are always glad enough to see strange faces, and to converse on what is happening in the big town yonder, so near and yet so far. Bannum has just finished milking, and is weary with a hard day's marsh mowing. His stay is short, for every fine day must be made the most of, and he must needs be early abroad in the morning. The Bannums have dwelt in marshland for generations. The blood of the Vikings courses through their veins, and they still retain the fair hair and bright blue eyes of their race. And what is more, for ages these Bannums have fought flood and tide and kept the banks and dykes in repair, while Jim Bannum is today the best mound builder in East Anglia. The wall running along behind the moorhen and away to Dan Bannum's mill out to the westward was haned and strengthened 3 or 4 years ago. It will need little repairing in his lifetime. "Good night, Patson," is Bannum's last remark as he overtops the walls. "Good night, Bannum," comes from the houseboat like an echo. Night has quietly put the day to rest, and the Queen of Night, high over the town, is reflected in a silvery ripple on the flowing waters. The lights of Yarmouth twinkle brightly against the dark and undefinable background. Away on our right, the dark tide, lapping the Rond, distinctly outlines it with glowing phosphorescence. There is a ripple of it yonder, where the water curls round a stranded swill, and Braiden shimmers with weird, mysterious lights. The sky is cloudless, but we can feel the gentle breeze springing up from the west. Nature is seldom really quiet. Even to-night the gulls are holding a strange concert on the distant lumps, and odd laughing cries ring out from the common babel. Redshanks are piping on the marshes, and the wail of a passing flock of lapwings bespeaks a changing for fresh feeding grounds. Now and again one hears the deep whistle of the curlew and the harsh croak of the heron. Even in the waters below, life is yet restless. One hears the jump of a mullet, the strange plunging sluss of shrimp-hunting eels in the shallows, and the slap of a flounder following its prey to the surface. Little by little these sounds die away, while the lights of Yarmouth go out one by one. The cabin roof is beginning to run with dew. Time to put that pipe away. Let's turn in, lower the lamp, and roll up in our blankets until morning. Good night. On the muds. We are up betimes in the morning. A loud report, followed by a sharp crack, makes both of us to start up hurriedly from our bunks and peer out into the bright morning. Fred Clark the puntsman, whose houseboat lies out there to the westward, has risen betimes and had a shot or two at some young mallard taking their first look at Braiden. Yesterday they bade good-bye to their elders and started out on their travels, satisfied that the outside world was larger than their native Broads. In one of their more airy flights they caught a bird's-eye glimpse of Braiden, little knowing that among the creeks of that tempting hunting ground there lurked deadly peril. Out of that little family party, 3 have ended their short lives. 2 fell to the deadly swivel gun, and another wounded. That second report plainly told us that the cripple had also been brought to bag. The season for duck shooting here commences on August the 1st, but the redshanks and stray spoonbills and other waders may consider themselves safe under ordinary conditions for a full month longer. Then all owners of guns, swivel or otherwise, make common cause against everything that flies. It was high water last night at 10. To-day it will run up until nearly 11. Fred Clark has just retrieved his duck in Duffell's drain yonder, and is making back for his station. All the flats are yet uncovered, and the greater black-backed gulls are prowling everywhere in search of stranded fish or shore crab, while the blackheads are also bent on gleaning up a breakfast. Just now there are myriads of shore crabs on Braiden, less in size than a halfpenny. Among the debris at the edge of the wall you will notice hundreds of empty carapaces. Pick up half a dozen, and you find the skeleton of Carcinus menos completing carapace, legs, antennae, and eye stalks. The little fellows have just moulted. Some of the carapaces have been cast off a day or two, and already they have become bleached and brittle, and will crumble up into chalky powder between your fingers. One seldom comes across the crabs in their soft condition. I believe they hide in holes in the ronds, under the zostera, and in interstices in the walls, until their new and larger jackets have hardened, a process very soon completed. Curlew and gull, eel and blenny eagerly pursue these small crabs and find them nutritious food. In maw and stomach the shelly armour soon dissolves to a gelatinous mass, and there is an end of crabby. That line of empty shells certainly looks odd against the deep green of the wall grasses, just as if someone had used a huge lump of soft chalk and drawn the line on purpose. These old flats fairly teem with life. It will be interesting to stroll a little way barefoot. We shall take no harm, for even on Rotteneye, where 50 years ago no one dared to walk for fear of sinking thigh deep, and where in the 80s I used to walk gingerly with an oar for company, one can now strut only ankle deep. There are soft places at the edge of the channel yonder that to this day are, to me, an abomination. Walking on the prostrate zostera is as safe and easy as walking on the marshes. Nature here works slowly sometimes. Here are the footprints, still distinct, of Banham's boy, who came here winkling 2 or 3 days ago. And here are quant holes I made in shoving across at high water the following day. Yet it is astonishing how, in a few days, small creeks will get scoured deeply, and in corners affected by eddies, the mud will silt up an inch in a week. One needs no mud patterns, although there are places where broken bottles and ragged timber may do mischief. You can never walk barefoot here, but the fear of mishap is ever present. The punters never foot the mud flats without having good sea boots on, nor do the smelters. Here and there we notice the jets squirted up by clams and shellfish. Shrimps and little and yellow gobies scatter and scuttle about in the lows, and occasionally, in a deeper puddle, the unmistakable scurry of a little eel or the dash of a young flounder attracts attention. The soft mud is riddled with countless holes. The smaller ones were pricked by mudworms. I pushed down my bared arms some 7 or 8 inches, quickly too, and my fingers come in contact with a hard substance, which, by a curling of my finger, I at once decide to be a clam. Out it comes. What a state my arm is in, black and muddy. At the nearest puddle I wash it, clam as well. The bluish shell is by no means pretty, and opening it with my knife, I find inside an obese mollusk, like a giant cockle, which looks by no means tempting. No one eats clams from a mud flat. All over the Zostera, lying prone on the mud, great green-shelled winkles are crawling. We soon fill a can with these herbivorous molluscs. You may like the tough morsels, which are sweet enough when washed and boiled. They are the only shellfish found on Braiden which are fit for food. Among them crawl myriads of tiny hydrobia. Many shorebirds gather these small molluscs. Even town pigeons come to fill their crops with them. Mussels lie here and there in small patches, begrimed and muddy, and eaten only by the hooded crow, who breaks their shells on the flint walls by dropping them from a height. He then scoops out the soft, luscious body and eagerly devours it, fearless of typhoid, a complaint more than incidental to featherless bipeds, who break a bye-law in order to devour the foul things. It is a great pity that sewerage should be allowed to poison what might otherwise be wholesome food for the poor. Then there are several species of sessile-eyed crustaceans left by the tide to be found among the raw. Idotea, Gammaride, Coryphidae, and Spheroma. Notwithstanding these formidable names, the small waders pick them up promiscuously in their travels, and come increasingly as the month wears on. Let us go back to the houseboat. There is a big, clear puddle near our little jetty, in which we may wash the mud from our feet, and there is clean water in one of the big stone bottles for a rinse. A bath is out of the question to-day. Indeed, Brayden is seldom fit for that, save on an easterly wind when the water is sheer, and then only from a boat in mid-channel. There is a queer yarn told of a London visitor who dived in from the bulks near the margin at the entrance of Braiden. He could not see the bottom, for the westerly wind had troubled the waters. He was found at low tide with his legs in the air and his head and shoulders fast in the mud. This is a Braiden story I give with all reserve. A short stroll across the marshes behind us results in our finding enough mushrooms to fry with our steak, and a right royal breakfast do we afterwards enjoy. When the tide makes a bit more, we will shove off and quant up the cross drain to Jari the Watcher's boat. Perhaps he will be going up the Duffels drain to the Fleet for a little eel picking. If so, we will join him. A quiet Sunday. August the 6th, 1905. The spell of a quiet Sabbath evening is upon me. The faint clamour of the church bells to the eastward has died away, and the evening service has begun. The tide is out, and as I sit on the well of the old houseboat Moorhen, a wide area of mud flats, bare of water save in the shallowest of pools, in which the dunlins can run thigh deep, lies spread before me right away to the long monotonous bank of houses that, broken here and there by a steeple or a tall chimney, represents the town of Yarmouth, whose only appearance of life, although teeming with people, is exhibited in the smoke of an ice factory and the whiter output of a distant locomotive. The flats, richly coloured with the varying greens and browns of the prostrate widgeon grass, the raw Chaetomorpha linum, and the cabbage Alva lactuca, remind one somewhat of an inundated hayfield. An hour hence, distant lights will twinkle in the gloaming, and the glare of a holiday resort will make one thankful that there is one little isolated freehold conveniently far away from it, where restfulness and quietude are assured, where only the tremulous notes of the whimbrel and the mellow cry of the curlew break the stillness. In the middle distance runs a silvery liquid thread. It is the channel, along which glide 2 or 3 white-sailed yachts, and an occasional wherry, the skipper of the latter, in these hard times, gladly enough throwing in a 7th day's passage to make up for a poor 6 days' earnings. Such is Braiden, a saltwater Broad so often described, and yet always so fascinating, at least to me. 7 p.m. At this moment there are a few blotches of cloud overhead, yellowing, reddening, purpling as they glide downward to the eastern horizon. And below the setting sun stretch wave-like fringes of clouds, fantastically gilded and deepening into furnace red as he sinks behind each ridge. The only birds on the wing are a few late-flying, family-board sand martins and a restless gull or two, while the only cries heard at this moment are the laughing yah-yahs of a black-headed gull, the tweety-tweet-tweet of a couple of common sandpipers, the petulant luit of a ringed plover, and the calls of a flock of lapwings on the marsh behind. Some of these peeweets have used the mudflats to-day, a rather unusual proceeding with them. I have just cleared away the teapot, the remnants of a loaf, and all that is left of a cream cheese sent as a tit-bit by Mrs. Banham, the Marshman's kindly wife, who, herself content perhaps with the loneliness of life on the marshlands, half pities the hermit who seeks even lonelier quarters from choice. A lump of steam coal is glowing in the cabin stove. What a delightful and characteristic cry of the oozy wilderness is that of the curlew. One yonder is probing and picking among the grass. a small crab, a mudworm, an Idotea linearis, or a shrimp in an adjoining puddle, all alike are fish in his net. I saw one fellow this morning toying with a flounder he had whipped up at the end of his sickle bill. It travelled no higher up it. He twisted and turned it round and round, flung it on the rack, picked it up again, shook it, all the while knowing he could not hope to swallow it, nor did he try to. Then he threw it away in disgust. Why is it the curlew can never pass by a butt? The moment after he had thrown it down, he ran to a worm bore and dragged out a ragworm. See how the fellow jumped! He had disturbed a clam in passing that ejected a small jet of water as it sank to safer hiding. I can never help being amused at the curlew's nervousness. Hearken, how's that for a concert? 22 freshly arrived curlews, all calling at once. Now fly upwards, coming in from seawards, upwards, that is, towards the borough end of Braiden. They may rest a while there on the flats, but more probably they mean to keep on. They are hard to count until they obliquely open out a couple of furlongs away, and thus make the counting of them easier through this powerful old marine telescope. Handy old instrument! How many spoonbills have I not watched through your lenses? That odd curlew piped as his relatives went by, but remained. He means, no doubt, to stay a few days longer. End of section 14. Section 15 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Brayden in Leisurely Autumn, Part 2. A quiet Sunday, August the 6th, 1905, continued. 7:30 p.m. The sun has dropped behind a purple cloud bank. His glories are reflected upon a shoal of cloud specks, reminding us of a flock of gilded sheep. The young crescent moon is high up in the heavens and travelling along a wind-promising sky that did not belie our forecast for the morrow. As we close the cabin doors, several curlews are excitedly "koi-koi"ing overhead. They have been scared by a distant gun. A marsh prowler had probably fallen in with some young mallard. The watcher yonder, undoubtedly fuming in his houseboat, thinks differently. He cannot be in two places at once, and most probably he is wondering whether that lot of curlews upp'ard had lost any of its members. Redshanks are piping on a flat, making a late supper, probably of marine Gamaridae, mixing with them, as likely as not, a few small Hydrobiidae that hide under the prostrate widgeon grass and long for the rising waters. The clear double "ploo, ploo" of a greenshank away to the right is answered by one out there on the left. How loudly they pipe out their distinct and metallic call notes! But those curlews, they cannot forget it. We can hear them long after the doors are closed, and the clamour calls vividly to mind how, as a boy, I used, on drizzly nights during the autumnal migration, to slip out into the backyard at home and listen eagerly to the bewildered sicklebills flying above the glare of the town lights. Charmed and thrilled, too, by the key-whistled sort of note the dunlins blew, and when the knot and the godwit, and now and again an unknown bird, joined in the chorus, that made some of the townsfolk shake their heads and think of the spirits of the night. Feeling considerably run down on the afternoon of August the 5th, I provisioned my punt and started from Braiden Bridge to spend the Sunday and a night or two on my favourite Brayden. I was unable to catch the flood tide, and the wind was dead against me. I pass over the mishap or two that befell me. I had a terribly hard pull against that raging ebb that blistered even my horny hands, and it took 2 hours to accomplish a trip that I can generally sail in 20 minutes. I tumbled into the houseboat, and very soon had a rasher of bacon frizzling over the cabin fire, to the wonderment, perhaps, of a couple of black-backed gulls to leeward, who found it difficult to associate such a savoury aroma with their favourite carrion. The only unusual callers were the lapwings, which this August, for some reason or other, have haunted the adjoining marsh at night. It cannot be worms, it must be leather jackets they are seeking, for they are not particular birds so long as plenty offers, and the larvae of the tipula are dainties Master Hornpie delights to eat. Last night I slept well. The first visitor of the morning was a pipit. How the pipits and wagtails of the year like to hear the patter of their little feet on my white-topped cabin roof. I can assure them they are always welcome. On opening the doors, quietly and slowly, as I always do, for one never knows what company one may have in front of him, I discovered scores of common gulls, larus, canis, and black-headed gulls. These were running about the flats, some but a stone's throw away. All were worming and snatching up shrimps and gobies, and no one knows what else, for many young fishers are stranded when the tide falls. Not that it matters much to the little eel-pouts, the viperous blennies, flounders, gobies, shore crabs, and various other crustacea, for some will wriggle into the ooze or hide beneath the zostera and comfortably await its return. Not so well off are the whitebait, or tiny herrings, and the juvenile smelts, for after a short helpless wriggle, unless there happens to remain an inch-deep pool to hold them, they must succumb. No wonder the smaller gulls are most industrious ramblers on the flats, and small wonder they are always so merry. Half a mile beyond this scattered flock were a number of fine old greater saddle-back gulls, evidently unencumbered this year by domestic duties, for they had been here all summer. With them were some younger blotched and speckled birds. They were all busily turning over the wrack in search of shore crabs and such chance fishes as they might uncover. You can always tell when they are successful in their search, for a quick grab is followed by an uplifting of the head, and a tangle of weeds depends. In the bite of them, some crab or flounder is held fast by the strong bill. A jerk or two and the crab is flung clear, and as quickly snatched up again, to be crushed and swallowed with a self-satisfied shake of the head. I have examined the excreta of these gulls. They usually sleep on the lumps at regular intervals, and leave them besmeared as with lime. In these white patches are small fragments of half-digested claws and carapaces. Here and there a big gull had, after repletion, dropped down for a nap, waking for a moment now and again to readjust some refractory feather or to stretch a wing. I had a strong suspicion that some sharp biting parasite had disturbed its nap. A shoveler duck now flew past those saddlebacks and dropped into a drain. That bird was shot before the day was out by a gunner higher up. At the same moment, a cormorant, a far from common visitor today, was pottering about in Duffle's drain. He was after a flounder or two for breakfast. The gulls usually resent a cormorant's intrusion, but that day, for some reason best known to themselves, they did not. 70 whimbrel, crying as they flew, passed by, and after a few evolutions up and down, kept on, and only odd birds frequented the place all day. These came in from the north-east. Mayhap they were high in the air, but these wide-spreading flats so attract passing migrants that if they do not intend to stay, they seem compelled to drop within hail of their fellows. Then away they go. It was not until the third attempt, and when they opened fan-like, that I could accurately count them. So large a bunch in August was rather uncommon. We see more of them here in May. Dunlins in small flocks, with which were associating a few ringed plovers and 2 or 3 curlew sandpipers, fussed around, changing their feeding grounds. Some of the dunlins still retained much of the garb of summer, but they were mostly birds of the year. A little way off were a few redshanks, a solitary grey plover, and a greenshank sticking his stiff bill under the rack, jobbing at the gamma-idea that scuttled away with almost the alacrity of sandhoppers. There was a stranger about that day. I could not for the life of me make out what bird it was that produced that queer cry. The note was easily distinguishable, whether uttered alone or in chorus with other birds. What to liken it to I am at a loss to suggest. It is high-pitched. It is too loud for a 10-mink stint. It is not musical like a plover's. It is a triplicate note after the style of a greenshank's, but differs from all I know. I heard it in those dark nights of boyhood, rarely, I will admit, but the note always troubled me, as it does to-day. I would give anything to know its author, but then the novelty would be gone. There it was again. I scanned every bird within range, but to no purpose. I was just as puzzled for a long time by a bullfinch that whistled in hiding. The charm was gone when I detected the fellow. I have since been inclined to think this bird was a godwit, as I have observed, as in the case of the curlew, that birds vary their cries under certain conditions, and I can quite believe this cry to be the migration note used by solitary birds of this species. A black-headed gull had discovered a finger-thick eel. How the fish, seemingly knowing its danger, wriggled. How the bird, unmistakably excited, shook and pinched and ran about with it. It was not many moments ere another blackhead espied it and gave chase. I followed the twain with my telescope, and they alighted and squabbled at the rond edge near Stone Corner. Flying, pursuing, shaking, dodging, the 2 birds settled again, and the original possessor still held its own. Now he had half swallowed it, when the eel flung its tail round the red upper mandible and tightly twisted itself, to the discomfort and annoyance of the bird. which ran about trying to shake off the coil. Down dropped the eel. He had it again. The eel was becoming weaker, but still struggled when the gull, by a great effort, swallowed it. But out popped the eel's tail again, and the bird had to vomit the rest of it. The eel was not smitten with its experience, and again protested vigorously against a renewal of it. The gull swallowed it again, and once more ejected it, but on the third attempt, made desperate by another gull coming up to investigate, the catcher got it down and, by holding its head high and straightening its neck, succeeded finally in imprisoning it. The swellings and writhings in the bird's neck, visible even to myself, could not have been comfortable to him, but I will vow that was not the first eel he had tackled. At last the eel must have succumbed, for the gull, assuming his ordinary freeness of deportment, walked deliberately to a puddle and sipped with ease. The prettiest birds upon the wing were the little terns. There were several about, both old and very immature young. Hither and thither, mostly with heads to wind, they flew, with bills pointed vertically downward, ready the moment those keen eyes detected a little herring dashing about below, to fall upon it, seldom to miss their aim. And when any small fry had been secured, away they went to the edge of a flat, where the youngsters, with their up-winged fussiness of pigeon squabs, snatched at and caught the fish as it dropped from the parental bill. The light, airy-winged creatures were beautiful to look at, and one was glad the month's extension of close time, to all save ducks, gave the fairy-like tern a chance of passing south before the indiscriminating gunner had the opportunity to destroy such feathered gems. There were wonderfully few herons about that day. 2 only were within view. One a bird of the year, the other, I should say, a 3-year-old. The latter I saw strike an eel in the run he was standing knee-deep in. The eel weighed, I should say, at least half a pound, and tightly gripping the lively fish, the heron walked deliberately out onto the flat. For fully 10 minutes the bird played with it. Played, I say, but there was no doubt, in letting the eel fall upon the grass, in which it vainly tried to squirm, he was only endeavouring to get a better grip, and at each strike he pinched peevishly. A dozen times at least did the heron drop that eel, and as many times did he seize it again. Now and then some filaments of weed blew, pennant-like, from his bill. I have seen a heron thus engaged, bullied and pursued by 3 or 4 less fortunate fellows, finally to lose it, having dropped its prey on the mud below, where it has promptly buried itself in the ooze, to the annoyance of all, and the great chagrin of one. My friend yonder had no rivals, and at length, having knocked all resistance out of his prey, he bolted it, taking a sip in the same way the gull had done, and having in all likelihood slightly overloaded his stomach, for he had been fishing for half an hour, he drew his head into his shoulders, lifted one leg, and took a nap. The rising tide came well up his odd leg ere he awoke to resume his fishing. It was dinner time, and the tide was at the full. The redshanks, washed off the opposite flats, had betaken themselves to the marshes. The small birds restlessly passed and repassed. The gulls were on the wing, fishing in the channel. There are drowned mice, bits of fish and what not always being borne upstream from the town. The curlews and whimbrel were preening their feathers and sleeping on the rond west of us. A few eels brought to us by an old Braydener made a by no means unsavoury Sunday dinner, and the fry pan was frizzling a merry tune. The steaming coffee added to a pleasant aroma. I wanted some brother naturalist to have dropped in just then, for there were enough dainties for two, and a chat with a kindred spirit is refreshing. And there had been sufficient birds to be seen that day to have delighted a dozen. After dinner I flung myself on the settles, threw a rug around me, and read myself into a refreshing sleep. I am like the heron. I have my fill and take a nap. When I awoke, the tide had fallen, the flats had again become bare, and a host of various gulls were scattered all around, some asleep, some arranging their dainty plumage, and a few strolling about, snatching up something towards a supper. I had flung out a few minutes since some eel bones, a couple of small dead eels, and an open bloater which had become tainted. I knew if the gulls did not find them, the crabs most certainly would. I was scribbling these notes when suddenly a beautiful adult common gull wheeled round, pounced on one of the sections of an eel, and bolted it. He next snatched hold of the bloater by the tail, when he was flown at by a couple of black-headed gulls. They all saw me simultaneously, for I was writing not half a dozen yards away, with my face to the open doors. Down dropped the bloater, and a few yards beyond dropped the gulls. One of the 6 blackheads, for there were by this time gathered half a dozen, had a mouse-grey hood split on the crown with a streak of white, and he had also a white chin. 2 other adult birds were as white-headed as in winter, with the black ear spots distinct and isolated. Another had a dark line running from each ear spot to the crown. The others were blotched. So soon does the summer hood vanish, after nesting time in some. The common gull stood guard, so to speak, over the titbits, and both a wing and a foot drove off the others each time they were bold enough to presume. I finally told them all to go with a flourish of my hand. The common gull still sits there a short way off, loth to leave so dainty a morsel, and he may yet pluck up courage to dash in and snatch it away. I am going to take another nap. After eels. Than eel picking, I do not know a more laborious occupation. It is simple enough when you get into the knack of it, but the continual jabbing and pulling soon become a weariness to the muscles, even when one drops in amongst a nice lot of eels. But more frequently than not, one does not strike an eel for every 30 stabs. I remember one fine August morning going up with Jari, who, wherever on Braiden he may be, cannot be otherwise than watching. We went up beyond what is called the garden, a large area freely covered with zostera, among which, when the tide lifts, eels like to play, nearly to the dicky works. We went at high water, and waited until the tide had fallen to less than a foot in depth. Then we began our picking. I have known experts, Limpany Joe, a man from Limpenhoe, in particular, who was a rare one to notice an eel blow, a hole in the mud which the buried fish used for breathing purposes. There was a tail hole too, and Limpany seldom struck with his pick, but he withdrew it with a nice fat eel fast fixed in the prongs. "He was a nailer," said Snicker Larn one day when discussing the old school of Braydeners. "You didn't see him pickin' promiscus like, but he'd work the bare places, and never got harm at with speculatin'. God bless my soul and body, it was born in him. None of us could touch him." Jari and I picked in mechanical fashion, getting a nice mess each for dinner. There happened nothing eventful, but I suppose it was the glamour of the day, the pleasant gossip, and the novelty of the situation that impressed it on my mind. It was my first essay too, as an eel picker. The eel pick is a well-tempered steel weapon made something like one's hand of 5 fingers closely placed together, with sharp points and keen filed notches up either edge of the individual tines. One can halve a large turnip with a thrust easier than it can be done with a knife. The tines are pliable, and the eel is held fast, sometimes threaded between them like a sideways letter S. The pick, when used on the flats, has a 4-foot shaft. When used in deeper drains or channel, a correspondingly longer shaft is necessary. You stab or pick edgeways, for the eel lies horizontally in either mud or grass. After a few stabs into the zostera, a big bunch of grass has accumulated on your pick, which becomes heavy with it. The pick is then drawn up and laid flat to the gunwale, and a wedge-shaped piece of wood used to push off the weed, which breaks off or is cut by the tines as easily as cutting through celery. When an eel comes up, a left-hand finger and the thumb, pressed in different directions, open the pliable steel tines, and the eel drops into the well of the punt, which it at once starts exploring, finally drawing itself tail first under the bottom boards. 2 to 10 pounds of eels may reward a tide's work. One has to be careful not to be stranded on the flat. It is no easy matter to push, even a punt, over the flat grass. When picking is done in the drains and channels, large flounders, eel pelts, and a variety of rubbish are sometimes pulled from the depths, the worst captures being a distorted bow or some sunken article made of metal. Eel picking is not nearly so profitable now as in days gone by. 50 years ago, as many as 22 eel fishers might be seen picking at one time. Half a dozen is the most one sees today. 3d. a pound, as they run, and 6d. a pound for the larger ones, is a poor inducement for men to toil hard and long to capture them. The growing up of the flats accounts largely for this, and eel catching is now only pursued with ardour and some success up the rivers. The eel setters who in autumn, when the eels are running for the sea, bar the river with huge potted eel sets, getting the lion's share. Eel babbing. Babbing is the favourite method of catching eels in local waters. It is a very simple process, and at certain seasons a fairly successful one. An eel babber finds his day well taken up in procuring his worms, in bringing his catch to the wholesale buyer, and in babbing in the daytime when tides are right and the water in proper condition. Sheer or clear water and an easterly wind are abominations to the eel fisher. Dark, warm, thundery nights are his delight, for the eels seem most hungry on such occasions. The eel babbers find worm catching easy enough on moist, damp nights. A dark, ugly blueback kind of worm, tough and thin, is his favourite bait. Lobworms and dewworms are useless, for the eels soon pull the babs to pieces with their sharp pluck pluck and sharper little teeth. In dry weather deep spade work has to be done, and wriggling in grass plots and on low meadows. Wriggling is accomplished by thrusting deep into the ground a long iron spike, which is turned and roughly shaken in the soil, to the alarm of the worms that quickly come to the surface and are captured. A few dozen of these are threaded on worsted or shoemaker's hemp, and a big necklace made of them. This circle of threaded worms is then wound round and round the hand until a compact cluster is made, amid which a leaden weight is tied. This is carefully placed in the boat with a rod some 8 or 9 feet long, and the eel babber goes forth to try his luck. He rows to a likely spot in some drain, or to the side of the channel, or maybe he rows across Braiden and well up the river beyond. The boat having been fastened to 2 long stakes thrust in the mud, the silent man begins his silent occupation, bob, bob, bobbing, the bait upon the bottom, keeping it in continual motion. An old Braidener bobs with just such precision as a clock swings its pendulum. The vibrating chuck of the tiniest eel, no larger than a pencil, is felt immediately, and the fish is carefully but instantly hauled to the surface and held over the well of the punt, into which it almost directly falls, its teeth having become disengaged from the threads. Occasionally the eels may be prowling in 3 feet of water. Sometimes they must be worked for, as some strange impulse may have made them keep to a 6 foot depth. Temperature may have something to do with this phenomenon, for the eel, of all fishes, is most sensitive to external influences. Sometimes eels will bite furiously, and are hauled out 2 and 3 at a time. Then all at once biting ceases. At another time they will bite freely enough, but won't hang long enough to be captured. The biggest catch I ever made was near the harbour mouth one fine May night. I believe all the eel catchers had a record time of it. 6, 10 and 15 pounds of eels may be secured in a night, and from 40 to 50 shillings is sometimes earned in a week. But eels are as uncertain as the winds, and the eel catchers, although they have learned much of their habits, are at times at their wits' end to make a living. Eel babbing is a strange, weird pursuit. Moored at the side or midway in the silent black waters, in which fathoms deep twinkle the stars, the eelman plies his lonely craft. There may not be a soul within shouting distance. Maybe a brother fisherman, as silent as he, is pursuing the same strange occupation. You see a glow in the gloom as of a distant light, and you know someone has lighted his pipe. He is as silent as the stars. There are uncanny sounds heard at the hour of midnight. The plunge of fish, the suck of eel, the scream of some night bird, the murmur of unknown creatures floating over the flood. The tide ripples round the boat, and long phosphorescent lines trickle away beyond the stakes. Shore crabs come up kicking and fighting over the bait and fall into the boat, making strange rasping noises as they creep round the sides. Flotsam comes upstream from the town, broken baskets and such like, twirling oddly in the stream. You just catch sight of their blacker outlines and conjure up queer thoughts of straying sea monsters. More than once a floating corpse has silently gone by with ghastly upturned face, sightlessly staring at the lone fisher. But one can get used to these things, and none of these move the stolid fisherman. They are part of his ordinary experiences. Early next morning, ready for a simple breakfast, he may be seen quietly paddling downstream, solaced by his pipe, wondering at his luck when the paling time comes, silent, self-reliant, satisfied, perhaps. As you watch him steadily rowing by, you look upon him as a strange lone fellow, part and parcel of the wild lone life of Braiden. On the Eel. Much has been written on the eel, and only in recent years has its life history become fairly well known, and but very recently have its spawning grounds been discovered. Braydeners still adhere to the old belief that it produces its young alive, and nothing will disabuse their minds of this belief. The old ideas of reproduction from horsehairs and other equally idle notions do not, however, find believers among them, nor will they accept the fact of its spawning. It is utterly useless to argue with them, nor can you persuade them out of their belief in there being several different species of eels. They still talk of silverbellies, grigs, brots, glots, and one or two others. Eel fry are occasionally observed ascending the rivers from the sea, but the conditions on Brayden are not favourable to studying these juvenile travellers. Eels are extremely cleanly in their habits, and I am not much in love with Ingoldsby's Lady Jane, whose husband, Sir Thomas, was found drowned in the family pond, and who greedily ate the eels fattened at his expense. Eels are extremely sensitive to the cleanliness and freshness of their food. No sane babber would dream of using a last night's bab if the worms be but the slightest bit tainted. They are sometimes by no means particular in what they devour, provided it be fresh. Shrimps, gobies, young herrings, and small shore crabs are diligently pursued, and even young eels are greedily devoured at times. Many are caught in summer on night lines, baited with sections of viviparous blennies, to which they are extremely partial. Others are caught in wicker eel pots, baited with live shrimps. They are exceedingly fond of the spawn of other fishes, and will greedily pursue the spawning roach and bream for that purpose. A large dead eel has been found with a water vole fast in its gullet. Frogs and young waterfowl often fall victims to its voracity. I have seen the stomach of an eel captured in a marsh ditch in a lamb net, distended with the ova of the sticklebacks whose nests it had been robbing. End of section 15. Section 16 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Brayden in Leisurely Autumn, Part 3. Lady Braydeners. In the old days, the Braydeners' wives had to do their share towards the family's earnings. Pintail Thomas's mother used to hawk round at "Gentleman's Housen" offering for sale wildfowl, smelts and eels captured by her lord and master, and various hotel keepers were amongst her regular customers. Snicker Larn mentioned others who did so, and remembered old Poker Lambs and Cooper's missuses, not only doing that, but helping their husbands to do the catching. He could remember when half a dozen of these queer women regularly set the market on Saturdays with various game, including numbers of eels. One queer character was Ely Bowles, a wrinkled old lady who ripped off eel skins as easy as shedding a glove. One morning a sympathetic customer pitied the victims and remarked to Ely, "How those poor creatures must suffer." "Oh, good gracious no, ma'am," said Ely Bowles, with an air of real surprise. "Lor bless you, missus, they doan't mind being scun. They're used to it." She had scun so many in her day that she had begun to think the eels a part of her own personality. As a lad I used to gaze wonderingly on old Betty Fox, the last of the eel women, who came regularly to market on Saturdays, with a big kid of eels, mostly of a goodly size. She sold her eels at the then regulation price of sixpence per pound. She was dressed in some indescribable material that looked as if it had been fished out of Braiden, and was fronted with an old sack apron, with pockets to hold her takings. Her scales were made of two ancient saucepan lids, not so well balanced as they might have been, each hung by 3 cords to a home-made beam of wood trimmed into shape with a knife. One seller's scales were made of a couple of wicker baskets, suspended from a rusty iron beam. The eels were kept in sand. This was to make them weigh heavy, and it all came off with the skinning. Betty was as artful as age and experience could make her. After weighing out, say 6 or 7 pounds, she seized each eel separately, holding it belly upwards firmly in a piece of rag or sacking. It was ripped and disembowelled ere it could squirm twice. An adroit stab immediately separated the head from the body, and with one dexterous twist and a sharp pull, its skin was taken off, as one draws down a stocking. If an order came from a hotel, the fish were duly weighed, but Betty was inclined to be a bit careless as to how far down the body the vertebrae stabbing took place. Often a good 2 or 3 inches of nice fat eel would remain attached to the gaping head inside the skin. A few pounds of eels, leaving sections behind them, would mean a dinner afterwards for Betty for nothing. Gone are those queer and interesting days for ever, and with them most of those quainter characters which the place, the times, and the circumstances made distinctive. Illiteracy and the wild life brought out that which was strongest in their natures, making them unique and distinguished in the curious world they lived in. Those strong instincts and manners, which were brought into play by their environment and the exigencies of the life, are not so marked in their degenerate successors. Braiden has so greatly altered, and those who follow it to-day have to adapt themselves to things as they find them. The Braidener of to-day is not nearly so interesting an individual as the Braidener of the past. Daydreaming. It was a perfect autumn afternoon. Soft, fleecy clouds idly crawled across the sky, as if loath to hurry over the placid waters in which they were reflected. I sat in the stern of the moorhen, sipping an after-dinner cup of tea and watching the sand martins flitting around the rond and walls, snapping up heedless flies. In less regular flight, a few swallows, old and young together, but taking small heed of each other, turned and twisted, darted and fell back on their tracks, dodging insects that would escape them. A kingfisher came and settled on a stump of my little jetty, and, not seeing me, turned his back on me and sat for a few minutes as if deep in thought. He made a queer ring of his thick-set body when hurriedly scratching his head with his crimson left foot. He still sat thinking, and as men, when in deep thought, whistle, he screeched a queer shrill note or two, and then gathered himself together. He suddenly lifted himself a wing, as if he had decided what to do, and after hovering a couple of feet above the water, dropped as if shot, his beak up to his eyes, going below water. Then back he came to his perch with a tiny herring, it seemed to be, in his mandibles. This he rather awkwardly, I thought, banged on the stump, no doubt stunning it. Breaking its neck, I suppose he would have termed it, and without doubt he nipped it well at the same time. With a funny little upturned twist of his head, he gobbled down his victim, helping it down with a little straining effort. He then shook his head, drew it into his shoulders, and sat thinking again. A ringed plover dashed by, piping him the seal of the day, without staying for a return of the compliment. Master Kingfisher did not deign to notice the courtesy, but simply turned his head to see who went by, and then sat dumpy again. Once again he poised himself a wing, but only for a moment, and then threw himself on the water, this time bringing up to his stump what looked like a shrimp or an idotea, one of those long-horned crustaceans that zigzag about near the surface on sunny days. I only moved a hand, but Halcyon saw me, and with a scream dashed away, dropping his prey. I saw it fall back into the water. A sand martin just now dipped in his flight and snatched up an insect out of the salt tide. I wonder if he notices how salt it is. Some insects sit so lightly on the water that they hardly wet their feet. The sand martin, I verily believe, can ship them up so neatly that the lower mandible does not even touch the surface. On the fresh waters I have seen these birds dip their bill readily enough, for the concentric rings that pay off from the point of contact are distinctly noticeable. Our summer birds are evidently leaving us. The adult yellow wagtails are certainly gone. The wagtails that loaf about the weed-strewn walls are mostly pied of the year, only a few late hatched of the yellow species still remaining with us. The buff-coloured young wheatears flick their tails on clayey boulder and on the marsh rails. One of them hopped from our stick box a while ago, wherein he had been studying the habits of the earwigs which hide there. 4 young kestrels are hovering about the walls, all within sight at one time, seeking field voles. One or another stoops now and again to snatch up a dung beetle, which it scrunches up in a trice between whiles of waiting and searching for larger prey. I have seen a kestrel studiously examining a dung heap, and not over savoury are all the beetles to be found there. Catching the smelts. A loud shout comes over the water from Jari. how sound travels across Braiden. I have heard the frogs croaking away on the Bradwell marshes, and Braiden here, at its widest part, is fully a mile across. My hearing may be keener than most folks, but I have heard the cuckoo in May on a peaceful morning calling cuckoo to his mate in the trees yonder, that are even beyond the frogs' trysting places. I sit sometimes in the moorhen on a still evening, and distinctly hear the smelters comparing notes or exchanging greetings with the wherrymen passing them in the channel. One can tell by their voices often who are conversing. They seem usually to be grumbling. There is a good tide up, and we will sail right away across the flats. Our brown sail fills with the breeze and lays our punt over to leeward, bringing the rail almost to the water. We draw but a few inches, and there are 2 feet of water below us. Now and again a winding drain, dark and snake-like, passes under us, while the green water curling from our bows turns over in 2 white-crested waves that ripple past us and unite in a long bubbling line of foam. The waving sea wrack brushes with soft and rasping noises under us, and thousands of tiny molluscs are seen clinging to the succulent fronds. Flounders dart away at our approach, leaving behind them a trail of smoky-looking ooze, churned up by their undulating fins. Crabs also run into hiding. Our speed is lessened once or twice as we charge through patches of raw, but on we race again as we break into open water once more, putting up gulls that have been crab hunting, and 1 or 2 herons which have been taking a nap while waiting for the tide to fall. One can get as much exhilaration out of a cockle shell of a punt with a steady breeze as out of an ocean greyhound, well knowing that the sheet may be let out in a twinkling in case of a stronger wind puff. Even in case of a spill, one can scramble on his feet again and wade after his runaway in comparative safety. There is not a gunner afloat to-day. Jari the watchman is Jari the preventive man. As with a policeman, it is not so much for the crimes he detects as for the infringements of the law he prevents that he is employed here. Time often hangs heavily on his hands on the top of the flood and at dead low water. But he has his smelt net and little trawl, and sometimes he picks a mess of eels for supper. His smelt net lies there at the stern of his open boat, and he has hailed me to go and have a turn at smelting with him. I am nothing loath to join him. "Now then," said he, "look lively. I believe there's a lot of smelts up, and I mean getting a few." Jari has unshipped his mast and sail and thrown them across the houseboat roof. The 80-yard net is a simple seine, with a row of cork floats above and a ground rope weighted with leaden bullets. At either end is a short pole, weighted at the lower end to keep the net in position, while a long tow rope at either end completes the apparatus. In days gone by, braiding the nets was the work of the women, who were helped on the rough days by the more industrious of the men, who did not prefer idling at the inn. Nowadays the net, minus the floats and sinkers, may be purchased ready-made. When the men go off to fish, it is placed, carefully stowed, in the stern sheets, fold upon fold, so that in paying out it goes over smoothly and without kinks, righting itself as straight as a wall as the boat leaves it behind. 2 pairs of oars, a basket in which to gather and wash the fish, and a trunk to contain them, completed the paraphernalia, with the exception of a bottle of tea I had taken care to bring, and the pipe and matches, which Jari thought even more essential. We rowed half-way up Duffel's Drain, and should have gone further, but Snicker Larn and his confederates were well up'ard, and waiting for the first of the ebb. In smelting you must have the assistance of the tides, either up or down preferably, because the smelts will have drawn off the flats into the deeper waters, and the water is thicker from the mud drawn into the drain. Having reached our desired starting place, I slipped over the side of the boat into the shallow, and staggered on to the flat. One wants daily practice to wade neatly on the ooze in big water boots. Jari assumed at once a different character. He now ordered me to "easy a bit, come on, keep the net down," in tones of authority which brooked no disputation. It is a sorry slip-slod tramp, a mere crawl along the ooze, into which one's boots sink at every step, the mud holding one fast like a trap, out of which one pulls each leg alternately with sucking sounds. The soft, slimy stuff closes directly the boot is withdrawn, and one had need be sharp sometimes not to leave a boot behind. As the tide drops off the flat, the prostrate patches of weed are taken advantage of, for the mud is a little harder around them, and the fronds will prevent so quick a sinking. To the amateur it is leg-wearying work, and the clothes suffer woefully from the splash of silt and the dripping of muddy water. The professional Braydener dresses like a scarecrow, and puts on his begrimed suit daily, adding to the grease and grime and scales of fish of many a previous fishing. He never brushes his clothes but with a boat mop. Crabs with uplifted claws threaten mischief as they scramble away, and shrimps skip about in the puddles. Jari rows steadily along the far side of the drain. "When are you coming round?" I queried impatiently. "Now directly," he shouted. "Don't you worrit." So I had to creep on, hanging to the tow rope, with my end of the net sliding along at the margin of the stream. Presently Jari rowed in, and leaving the boat to run aground at its own time, the tow rope being fast to a cleat inside her, he seized the rope and began in a stooping manner hauling in the net, keeping the bottom part low and curved inward. At each double-handed pull, the half circle of the net grew slowly smaller, until when I had joined him, more than half the net had come in. In its folds struggled crabs and here and there a little fish that had gilled itself. Such smelts as had done so were adroitly pulled out and thrown towards the basket. Those that missed, and most did, kicked about in the soft mud until choked, covered and exhausted by it. All the interest now centred in the few remaining yards of net, in which we could see fishers struggling and flicking their tails amid wrack and seaweed. With a careful pull, the bight of the net was now pulled in, and we both began throwing bright cucumbery-scented smelts by the half-dozen into the basket. "Look out!" shouted Jari, jerking a small weaver from the net onto the mud and jamming it deeply in. "I hate them warmin'." The lesser weaver is an ugly, oblique-mouthed wretch, with a stuggy little body only a few inches long, a vicious leer and a stiff little dorsal fin, black, spiny, and poisonous, and right capable and adroit is he in using the needle-pointed spines. We got half a dozen weavers in all, and Jari heeled the lot. Several small herrings, 5 or 6 flounders of various sizes, an eel pout or two, and quite a dozen silvery-sided fishes, which Jari called smolts. I told him they were atharines, and he did not need telling they were dry, tasteless morsels, although sometimes they are foisted upon the ignorant for the more exquisitely tasting smelt. A couple of half-pound eels were left in the bight of the net until all the less troublesome inmates were basketed or thrown away as their worth or uselessness suggested. Quite a bucket of crabs were pitched with the weeds on the flat to be rid of them. Those that had become hopelessly entangled in the meshes were unceremoniously wrenched to pieces. It was useless to think of clearing them without doing so. A few large shrimps and some white prawns were left kicking among the refuse. The net having been rinsed, Jari carefully replaced it on the stern of the boat and mopped down ready for another turn. The smelts, when rinsed, were laid in rows in the trunk. We got over 50 that haul. One haul is so much like another that it is needless to describe them all. When we got to the edge of the channel, just over the other side of the drain, we made a last haul down to the mouth of the ship drain. The tide had fallen low, and the flat ran well into the channel, a softer bit of ground I had not drilled holes into for several years. I never had such an experience as that. Sink, pull, suck and wriggle, which passed for progress. Once I overbalanced myself, sank on all fours, and certainly feared that Jari would have to drop his line and come and dig me out. But I persevered and came up smiling and muddy. There was a capital catch in the net this time, and we were very elated. We were hurrying, too, to get in the net before the passenger steamer should pass us, for the heavy swell she makes throws a long sweeping billow on the flat, the roar of which may be heard across Braiden. Unfortunately, the skipper yielded to the solicitations of the crowd aboard to "go in closer and see 'em," and before we could get the fish-packed bight of the net in came the billow, the retreat of which pulled the underside of the net out, letting the fish slip away in a body. I could not help laughing, but what Jari said is not for these pages. Our total catch was not a despicable one, and when Jari bolted down on the last of the ebb to replenish his food bag and water bottles, he took most of them with him, and packed them off in boxes to the London market. The fish that at times find themselves with the smelts in the net are exceedingly varied in species. Flounders, bibs, gobies, grey mullet and shads. Sometimes, in October, great hauls of codlings and whitings are made, and when news of this gets adrift, all available boats are secured by sea anglers and good sport is obtained. Gluts of codling are rare. In October 1890 they came up Braiden in huge shoals. Young pollacks, too, now and then turn up in numbers, and occasionally a coalfish. I have records of grey and red gurnards taken. A few years ago some small mackerel strayed here, and in 1906 I saw a fine scad hauled in with smelts. Lampons and rarely fine lampreys are also taken, and the mysterious burbolt has once or twice been captured, but I was not fortunate enough to see it. The old Braydeners assure me they know it, and call it the sea eel pout. A Smelter's Reminiscences. Jari had left me in charge of the houseboat, and I was glad to turn in for tea, for I could not get back to the moorhen until "tied up" in the early morning. I had just settled to tea when Snicker hailed me. I offered him and his mates a drink each, and they were glad of it. In the few minutes of their stay beside the houseboat, we started chatting on their favourite subject, the good old days. Poor old fellows, perhaps they have fallen on evil times. I know for a fact that Snicker and his pals, for 2 whole days in November 1906, captured 29 smelts. His contention was that so many steamers, or luggers, fishing in and out of the harbour drove them away. "What's luck, Larn?" I asked. "Middlin'," said he. "What's the biggest haul and largest prices you've known smelts taken and fetch?" "The biggest haul was that 'ere job o' Ribbons's, 70 score in the middle o' May 2 year ago. I remember 5 and ninepence a score being cleared, arter all rail fares and Billinsgate dues were paid and comin' home. That wor a top figure. 2 shillin's a score is more nearer the mark. It's allers the way. In comes the fish and down goes the markets. Ain't it, Shorten?" "What's that?" said little Shorten, who had not caught the remark. "Good tea," said Larn, for Jari had left the kettle on the hob since noontime. A handful of tea popped in the kettle is the usual dose, and an every other day's emptying of the accumulated refuse is the custom. In between sips, Larn volunteered the facts that smelt nets average 75 yards in length and are 10 feet deep, costing complete about £5. "When I was a kid of 9 working with my father, the channel was so shallow and the rise and fall wasn't more than 4 feet, we used to stack smelt nets athwart, 3 on 'em perhaps being put in a few hundred yards apart. The smelts used to gill themselves, and we got 20 and 30 score a day, sometimes with very little trouble. We used to watch the wherries comin' up and down and lower 'em till they went by. Tides, 'bor? Why, at the bar there was so little water at low tide that you could hardly shove a shrimp boat over. Smelts hang about here most of the year, but you know, in course, they go up river to spawn in the spring. I've seen 'em here in August jumping at the heron sile like a pike at a roach." "You've seen queer things here," I suggested. "Have I?" emphasised Snicker. "I've seen porpoises tumbling about here and more'n one seal. Then look at that great sturgeon we got. One day we was going past the dicky works and I see suffin floatin'. I knowed in a minute what it were. It were a dead body. We rowed up to it and seed a poor gal, with her face still red as if alive, and her hands clinched athwart her breast. Poor gal, I said, looking at her, with a bunch of reeds tangled in her hair and a yellow water lily clutched in her hand. Why, that's poor Em, I said, and then we remembered it was her as was missing, but how she come up here was a mystery. The feller as had got her into trouble done a guy or ran away, and her father turned her out. Poor gal, she was out of her trouble now. "Mates," I said, "if we tow her down we shan't get more than 5 bob, and perhaps lose more in a day, not including the inquest. Some one'll see her lower down, and we can't do her no good." So we rowed on, but heerd arterward, as they fished her out agin the lower ferry at Gorleston, they brought her in suicide, he added. "Murder," I said, "would have been nearer the mark." "You ain't far out," said Larn. "Thank'ee, that was a good drop," he added, "but we must be a-goin'. So long." "So long," said the others. Mullet catching. Mulleting is now out of date on Braiden, for the nets cannot be worked on the flats. If they were, there would be no grey mullet to catch. Only oddfish now occasionally come into the smelt nets. The flats on which they loved to prowl were seldom dry 30 and 40 years ago. The nets, with their big 12-inch meals, or meshes, on either side, were staked on the flats at the bottom of the ebb, and the fish in their travels pocketed themselves. Some nets were 200 yards in length. They were also staked alongside the flats lengthways with the tide, and the mullet would net themselves in going off the flat, endeavouring to reach deeper water. In "drawing" for them, great care had to be exercised, for they had a knack of jumping the net rope, as sheep jump hurdles in a crowd. Old Pero Pestle was on one occasion rowing down the channel, when a curious freckled appearance on the surface of the water near the north drain, against the knoll, momentarily suggested to him a shower of rain. He at once, however, saw it was an immense shoal of mullet at play. He hastened home and told Poker Lamb, who, with Charles Brackenbury and old Jack Edmonds, all notorieties, were then thinking of going up Braiden with their nets. Pestle accompanied them to the north, and they speedily surrounded the shoal. Brackenbury remained in one boat outside the bight of the net, splouncing with a pole in order to keep the frightened fish from jumping out. But the mullet did not intend to be taken, and one or two jumped over in spite of the rumpus, and were followed by the whole school of magnificent fishers. When the net was hauled in, only a solitary individual was found remaining in it. "The language," remarked Pestle. "Well, I cleared out," and it would take something abnormal in that line to frighten Pero. In bracing days. October on the whole is a fairly interesting month. Fine days intervene between those of rougher kind, and the air is bracing. The nights are longer and are occasionally frosty. There is a fishy aroma pervading the flood tide, for the Scotch and English luggers are steaming in and out the harbour with their cargoes of silvery herrings. The gulls muster up in considerable numbers. They too are following the herring shoals, and spend many of their leisure hours on the mud flats, often staying there, content with the offal from the boats which floats up the river. Wading birds come and go, and the gunners prowl around and among the drains and channels. Most of the birds have assumed the sober dresses which distinguish them in winter. A few now and then, such as knots and curlew sandpipers, are found tinted with ruddy hues, but the majority of the birds are no longer eligible as specimens, save for the pot. Land birds are seen passing over, pursuing their quest of a winter dwelling place. The swallows have gone, the larks and linnets people the marshes, visiting the walls for provender. There the snow bunting joins them. Grey plovers rush in when the winds are easterly, and ducks when the winds are from the north. The west winds bring drizzle and discomfort, and Braiden then is a place for those only who are vigorous and who do business there. The hooded crows take possession of it, and caw loudly their recognition of their old winter haunts. They will mount some stile to watch the passer-by, and caw their displeasure at his intrusion. End of section 16. Section 17 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 Breydon Gulls and Braiden Crabs. If I were asked to state what I consider to be the characteristic bird of Braiden, I should unhesitatingly say the gull. At no season of the year is the place absolutely free from representative members of this genus. It is to them a refuge in time of storm and stress. They repair to it on finer days to rest and sleep off the effects of too liberal a meal on the herring grounds. In times of scarcity, there is seldom a period of famine here, save when the waters are ice-bound, and here they come to gossip, to bathe, and to plan out new enterprises for the morrow. The various gulls that haunt this tidal basin follow no hard and fast rules of conduct and procedure, their movements being chiefly governed by the ebbing and flowing of the tides. And when extra high tides cover the highest lumps, they are sometimes much inconvenienced. Usually, say in the summer months, you will find them, the black-backed gulls and their juniors, the greys, and the common and herring gulls that frequently consort with them, the latter mostly in immature stages, somnolent and idle at daybreak, and remaining, performing their ablutions and their toilet until the sun has peered above the housetops. Then some will prowl around among the prostrate grass, if the tide be low, in search of shore crabs and stranded fish, and will hunt more assiduously for the crabs that begin to scamper about as the rising tide lifts the wrack. The smaller gulls will repair to the channel and the drains. Sometimes they are noisy, at other times, more especially if there be a stirring wind, they fish silently. Later, as early autumn comes on, the black-headed species begins to muster up, the adults with their mouse-coloured hoods still perfect, the speckled plumaged youngsters of the year bearing them company. They are more often noisy than quiet, and their laughing cries resound all over the flats. They delight to fly in airy troops, up and down the channel when the tide is rising, dipping lightly toe deep into the flood for floating fragments and tiny fish, and various crustaceans thrown out of the shrimp boats by the shrimpers from amid last night's catches. If it be low water, they prowl about by the channel sides, or hunt in the lows left on the flats for living prey. It is odd to see them step into these pools, at most an inch or two deep, lift up their tails, and with heads drawn in and looking downwards, taking stock of the shrimps and gobies left there, and which scuttle around seeking shelter, or plunge into the soft ooze for safety. Now a ditch prawn, then a gammarus, and now again a whitebait fails to evade those red mandibles. Those in hiding remain there, but the blackhead has learned a trick or two, and he begins literally to dance, his bright red feet pattering on the mud with the speed of clockwork. This is too much even for a goby's love of hiding, and out it bolts to seek some other cover, but is snapped up on its way. It is an exceedingly pretty sight to see a large company of these dainty Loridae dancing for a breakfast. Quite a number of greater black-backed gulls, free this year of nesting duties, stay with us all summer through. In late autumn their numbers are increased by the arrival of wanderers down the coast, who are following the inshore herring shoals, and they now divide their day between Braiden and the fishing grounds. In fine weather, great triangular flocks fly seawards to spend the night among the fishing fleet, and glean up a rich repast by sharing the spoils with the often irate fishermen, from whose nets they pilfer with great audacity. There is a large mustering at nearly all hours of the day around the harbour mouth, from October until the beginning of December. These seem to me to be gulls that trouble Braiden very little, for when replete with dead herrings they have snatched from the breakers, they will rest for hours upon the sea in a long straggling line, often a mile in length, and often they are seen asleep there until towards evening, when they fly away northward, probably to spend the night on the Wells marshes, returning at daybreak in low-flying flocks. Then, too, at various times of the year, parties of gulls, tabooing Braiden, resort in the daytime to the fields, and pass over to sea in the evening, reversing these tactics at other periods, notably in the autumn. Undoubtedly at intervals Braiden is visited by all these various contingents. In winter the blackheads are still with us, and spend much of their time in the severest days flying up and down the river, quite in the heart of the town, picking up then a very precarious living. The larger gulls also pass much of their time hunting up and down the channel, glad at times to patrol the edges of the flats in search of carrion. Dead rats, kittens, mice, and even larger quadrupeds are eagerly discussed. When strong winds are blowing, they will draw together in closely formed flocks, and stand, head to wind, listless and cheerless, until the rising tide or the calls of hunger demand some movement. One is always seeing some queer incident who cares to watch these commonplace birds, for their struggle for existence must be keen, considering their numbers, and what a vast amount of food they must require to feed them daily. An old gunner complained to me that we should never get many wildfowl again, for the gulls clear off all the feed. I certainly believe them to be much more numerous since they have been afforded protection, and sometimes try to estimate what weight of crabs and other food they can devour in a single day on Brayden. A few gull entries from my notebook may be instructive. January the 18th, 1904. James Herr, an aged gunner who was at one time a well-known puntsman, sat by my fireside this evening and discussed his reminiscences of gulls. During a heavy gale in the early winter of 1883, Her went to the beach for gulls and anything that might turn up. The wind was blowing heavily from the east. Soon after he reached the beach, he observed a Pomatterhine skua, at which he fired but missed it. The next day he returned to the beach, hoping to meet with this bird again. He had barely reloaded his gun after a shot when a small gull came tripping by. Bringing his gun hurriedly to his left shoulder, for he shot as much left as right, he brought down the bird, the next long sweeping wave washing it to his feet. He noticed that the tail was forked, and thought it a curiosity. And as it was his practice to keep birds clean, curiosities in particular, he made a hollow in the sand above the tide mark, and laid the gull therein to cool and stiffen. Not long after came along a boatswain's skua, as he called it, also known as a buffon's skua, and this with a left-hand shot he killed. When this was cool, he wrapped the two birds in his handkerchief and made for home, when, trudging along by the edge of the water, the skua of yesterday came flying towards him. This he also secured. Later in the day, he took the fork tail to a local collector, who was then living at Galston, who offered him 2 guineas for it, honourably enough telling him, if he could get more, to do so. Her took the bird to Norwich and left it with Stevenson, who was then too ill to see him, but who eventually sent him 3 guineas for it, which, with what he obtained for the others, made him, he said, a good day's work. This Sabine's gull realised no less than 11 guineas at Stevenson's sale in September 1887. Her once obtained a commission from a London millinery firm, when gulls' wings and plumage were in demand for the adornment of ladies' heads, to shoot gulls until further orders. One day he killed 20-odd gulls of various species, including one black-headed gull. They called off their original offer of 2 and 6pence for each large gull and 1 shilling for every small one, but sent him 10 shillings for this consignment, for the small gull and his trouble. Afterwards he sent them as many gulls as altogether brought him in £25. His practice was to go to Caister in the early morning, and, getting under the lee of the sandhills, dig a hole and hide himself, shooting the birds as they came in from the sea, to go for their early morning feed on the land. Of course, Braiden was frequented at intervals in order to make up his consignments. He once shot a small gull on Braiden in very hard weather, and waited for the tide to bring it to the edge of the rond. Before the bird floated within reach, a grey gull stooped and snatched up the little victim and flew towards the flats with it, where he immediately started to pull it in pieces and to devour it. A heron, equally sharp set, dashed at the larger gull and attempted to share in the spoils, but after a rough and tumble scrimmage was driven off by the original thief. It was Her who, up the North River, shot a large gull that had just come in from the sea with its breakfast snatched from the herring nets, and which, on falling mortally wounded, disgorged no less than 11 herrings. In truth, an avine glutton. One now and again sees a gull from whose mouth a piece of cord is depending. In all probability it is kept there by a fish hook fast in its gullet. Such a one remained in the neighbourhood of Braiden for many weeks. A gull was shot on one occasion, and on going to pick it up, the gunner saw what he thought to be a piece of cord hanging from its mouth. On pulling it out, it was found to be a rat's tail, with the freshly killed rat attached to the other end of it. October the 12th, 1906. Strolling along the seashore this morning, I was much interested in watching the steam drifters coming home from the fishing grounds. One boat in particular caught my attention by the enormous number of gulls flying around it, which through my binoculars looked like a swarm of bees buzzing round a hive. Although the boat was going at full speed, the birds flew round and round it, apparently without effort, stopping at intervals to squabble for broken herrings thrown over by the fishermen, who were shaking and emptying their nets as the boat sped homewards, and catching up again with their companions with the greatest ease imaginable. October the 13th, 1906. There must have been 4,000 gulls on Braiden this afternoon, soon after the tide fell. At least 3,000 were Larus ridibundus. The remainder were black-backed gulls and common gulls. In long white rows, showing in strong contrast to the sombre mudflats, they reminded me of freshly built flint walls, with the chalk still adhering. The firing of a gun put to flight a veritable cloud of gulls. April the 23rd, 1906. These mixed flocks of gulls are very interesting to watch. Seldom are they all really quiet. As a rule, one or more are continually dropping into the thick of a crowd from the outside, like the odd pig round a trough, when short spirited protests and petty squabbles take place on each occasion. All heads to wind. Wind northwest strong. July 1906. A sailor fell overboard from a vessel in the North Sea and drifted away unnoticed by the crew. He was an expert swimmer and managed to keep afloat, throwing off his garments as opportunity offered, in order to disencumber himself as much as possible. A flock of gulls gathered round and viciously attacked him, seriously mauling his back, and it was only by great exertions on his part that they were kept at bay. His struggles at length attracted the notice of the crew of a passing ship, who promptly lowered a boat and rescued him in a very exhausted condition. His injuries were attended to, and he very soon recovered. It is most unusual for gulls to attack a living man, although a floating corpse is rarely let alone. July the 24th, 1906. Myriads of whitebait, or herring sile, flashing about in Braiden. I was much interested in the way that a group of gulls, who were eagerly feeding upon them, would drop in a bunch over a congested shoal, their actions seeming to drive the fishes helplessly together, thus making them an easier prey. It is possible that the eels, which are exceedingly partial to young herrings, were harassing them below. The author provides the following footnote. Sir R. Lloyd Patterson, in The Irish Naturalist of October 1904, refers to a similar procedure under the title of Plays of Birds and balls of fry. Among the birds may be seen all the commoner gulls in a great variety of plumage. A number of the larger fish must make a simultaneous attack on a shoal of fry below, which are thus driven closer together and towards the surface, when they are noticed by the smaller divers, who go for them in such a manner that, circling round the outer extremity of the shoal of fry, the fish composing it become still more closely driven into a mass. The outer portion shows at the surface, and is there exposed to the attacks of the surface feeding gulls. The tactics of these Braiden gulls seemed formed on precisely similar lines. End of footnote. July the 29th, 1906. Some greater black-backed gulls fishing in about a foot of water, over the flat near Jarry's houseboat, wherein I stood observing them through a window. They sat with bills pointing downwards, closely watching the shore crabs dodging in and out among these ostera, and dipping at them with a queer duck-like plunge as they came within striking distance. The gulls could not dive, owing to their buoyancy, but would plunge head first down, sometimes rising quite a foot or more from the water to gain a greater impetus, pushing with their feet as they made this half-circular movement. It was very funny to see how flustered a gull would become when, clutching submerged grass as well as crab, he became temporarily anchored and had to let go in order to regain his breath. As soon as a crab was brought to the surface, it was crushed and immediately swallowed. The shore crab. Most interesting little fellows are the common shore crabs, and distinguished though they be by the epithet of green, they exhibit extremes in coloration, from grass green to vivid blue, and yellowish grey to a decided red. But for their similarity in shape, one might be forgiven for not knowing on sight that an emerald carapaced sea sammy and one of a brick red hue are in reality blood relations. Ugly and spider-like as the casual observer may pronounce the shore crab, with, as one writer remarks, a cruel, cold, triangular, inhuman face, with eyes set wide apart, with cruel, hairy mandibles and chinless face, the whole expression being one of brutal lust, without one ray of light to illumine the dreadful countenance. It is bold, active, cunning, pugnacious, and half swimming, half crawling, shuffles and scrambles about in search of food, not refusing the vilest carrion, and pulling down and devouring with equal relish any living creature that superior strength or strategy can waylay and master. Such victims are torn and eaten piecemeal, with a greed and evident enjoyment that borders on the ghastly. But, ghoul though it be, its very rapacity entitles it at least to our toleration, if not respect, for its mission seems to be the appropriation and destruction of the carrion which, if it were not for the crabs, would become more loathsome still. But it is no favourite of the fisherman and angler, whose nets it inconveniences by its struggles amongst the meshes, or whose lines are continually denuded of baits. Quite common sounds in the gloom of a Breydon night are the thud and scrunch when some irate eel-babber, fishing in silence, smashes a crab on the deck of his punt. Sometimes you may hear a muttered curse against these despoilers of his worms. There must be countless thousands of them shambling about on the flats when the tide is in, or scuttling about, chasing each other, or searching for prey in the channels and drains. The trawler for bait brings up his net with pecks of them, kicking, jostling, threatening, biting everything within reach. The smelter draws in numbers at each haul, sometimes quite a half peck of them. And the babber only too well knows the slow, steady pull at his bunch of worms, so different from the quick, electrical pluck-pluck of the eels that succeed in getting a bite in, before the smell of the bait has guided the crustacean to its goal. As your houseboat begins to lift herself out of her muddy hollow on the incoming tide, you can hear the long scratching rasp of crabs waking up to hunt upon the flood, as they scamper one after the other in queer procession under her planks. That the crab follows up and discovers food more by scent than by sight, I am convinced. I had thrown out some herring milts and the heads of some bloaters. These fell into about 4 or 5 inches of water. In a few moments, several crabs that had been lying in hiding were observed hurrying up, without their usual cautious manoeuvrings, against the tide, endeavouring to outstrip each other in their race for the coveted prizes. Now and then one would stop, like a hound losing the scent and recovering it as the moving water brought the aroma within its reach again. It would shuffle along, to stop a moment to threaten with outstretched pincer claws an equally eager rival. I must admit there was some loathsomeness in the way the fragments were seized upon and dragged away into hiding behind the dark, rough fucus that hung in festoons from the wooden stumps protecting my rond edge. One August afternoon a smelter brought me a mess of eels and smelts, the majority of which I cleaned for the evening meal. A few of the smallest ones, with several undersized flounders, I threw into the shallow water near my landing stage at the edge of the rond. The swirl of this gentle eddy evidently carried with it the flavour of the fishes that gleamed in the clear current or darkened the brown-grey mud with spots of a deeper brown. Presently one crab and then another peered out from the pendant seaweed and began scrambling out into the open. 2 meeting as they converged upon a smelt, halted, seemed to judge of each other's pluck or want of it, threatened and sparred, then backed a few paces, still with pincer claws extended, daring each other to come on. But others slyly passing them aroused the devil of greed, and dropping differences from very selfishness, the two seized a smelt between them and commenced a tug of war. They were well matched for size and courage, but how the rivalry would have ended I cannot say, for one of them, either more discreet or more selfish than the other, scenting as well as seeing another dead fish a few inches off, dashed at it and bore it away. The other, taking good care to profit by the fortunate circumstance, bolted into hiding with its prize. The smaller ones, hardly so daring, seized here and there a fish, but gave way when a more powerful fellow came upon the scene, returning to the tasty viands in a surreptitiously sort of way when the bully was observed stuffing and cramming the torn-off fragments into its scissor-like working jaws. Any movement that hinted aggression was instantly challenged, but only in a half-threatening manner, with one extended upraised pincer claw, while the other was still busily and rapidly at work, wrenching and cramming. It looked odd to see a little green crab dragging sideways to its retreat a flounder 4 times its own size. It was a display of gluttony that was interesting, if unedifying. It was rare to see 2 crabs actually fighting, for all their skirmishing and menace. They took infinite pains to approach each other under cover, and then indulged more in the spiritless spar than an actual tussle, and their quaint grotesque pretences at duelling ended without harm to either individual. In a quarter of an hour all the fish had been taken to their hiding places, and the arena was once more clear, until some rather disappointed crab, eager for more, would make a sudden dash into the open to inspect a fragment of floating weed or stick, to retire again disgusted, or if surprised at a movement on my part, to seize the soft ooze in all his claws, as one might push in the hand and close upon it and sink in a moment or two out of sight, remaining buried, all but the tips of the stalky eyes, which barely uncovered, ogled one in comparative safety. But remove the eye a moment, and then seek him again. I'll warrant you'll not easily fix upon the exact spot where he lies concealed. That the crab has immense strength for his size can be easily proved by letting him nip you with his pincers. I brought home a little fellow about the size of a 5-shilling piece. Holding him up, I placed a tin box lid within reach of him. He immediately seized it with a pincer claw. Weight by weight I continued dropping into it scale weights until it contained no less than 5 ounces. The other pincer claw was equally strong. I placed another into a small globe without a drop of water. For 4 days he sulkily remained therein, wondering at his imprisonment. At the end of the time a soft crab, or one that had recently moulted its shell, was given to him, whereupon he fell to, and made a goodly meal of it. I let him go back to the river on the 5th day. He was still game and quarrelsome when I threw him in. Small boys who go crabbing at the quaysides delight in wrenching off the shore crab's pincer claws. The hard-nipping creature can then be handled and played with impunity. In most instances a general smash-up follows on the expedition. Occasionally the mutilated crabs are thrown into the river again, to hunt and feed as best they can, which they certainly manage to do, for they will sometimes return to the baits provided by the other urchins, clinging tenaciously thereto with all their remaining legs and gnawing ravenously at them. But it is seldom you find a clawless crab on Braiden, which goes to prove that they do not often fight seriously amongst themselves, and that they soon replace these lost members and make as good use of them as before. All summer long the shore crab infests the shallows, sometimes wandering for miles up the adjacent rivers. In the colder months it keeps to the deepest channels and is then not so actively aggressive. It is seldom that a soft crab is netted on Braiden, the moulting being carried on in the cavities under the flints that are scattered here and there, behind the hanging heaps of fucus, under and among the roots of the zostera, and undoubtedly in the ooze itself. At certain intervals hundreds of thousands of white chalky skeletons, perfect in carapace and to claw tips, are strewn along the high water line on the walls and ronds. Sometimes they are uniformly the size of a horse-bean, then they average about farthing size, then a halfpenny, and so on until the late autumn, when they run as large as half a crown. Rightly fearing danger, the crabs wisely hide during this period of weakness. I have never yet detected one casting its shell. In turn, the shore crab is himself largely preyed on. Various gulls hunt most assiduously for him, smashing the carapace and killing him instantly by a nip of their powerful mandibles. You will sometimes find 6 and 7 in a row in the stomach of the eel. Codlings are often packed with them, and small examples are eagerly devoured by various shore birds. Shore crabs taken in nets off the foreshore are invariably brighter coloured than those captured on a muddy bottom. Braiden crabs are as dully hued as the mud over which they shamble. I saw an exceedingly funny incident in which a rook and a crab figured on July the 30th, 1906. The rook was foraging for his breakfast on one of the flats not many yards away from me, when I was looking out of the window of Jary's houseboat, when suddenly he came across a shore crab hunting here and there for anything it might find good to eat. Hopping in a sort of self-congratulatory manner up to the crab, he was about to seize it, when the crustacean raised itself on its claw tips and showed fight with its pincer claws. The rook was taken aback and hesitated, the crab taking advantage of this show of timidity and scuttling back a few inches, on which the rook came at him again. The menace was repeated, and the bird again drew back. This manoeuvre was repeated 4 or 5 times, the wily crustacean getting nearer to the drain at every run. The rook seemed at last to be really making up its mind to seize the crab at all hazards, but he was too late, for with another spurt the crab had reached the water and tumbled in. The rook looked exceedingly foolish, and appeared to be really comforted by the fact that no rival had seen the incident. End of section 17. Section 18 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. From the Watcher's Notebook. Through the courtesy of H. A. Frederick, Esquire, Secretary to the Braiden Protection Society, I had the opportunity of overhauling the notebooks kept by the 2 Breydon watchers, namely Ducker Chambers, who held the post from 1888 to 1899 inclusive, and Newcomb Jary, who was appointed in 1899 and continues to occupy the position. I have omitted certain years' statistics, which have already been published in my books Notes of an East Coast Naturalist and Nature in Eastern Norfolk. In the earlier years, the entries were very spasmodically kept, but an improvement came about under Jary's regime, and as he usually added the direction of the prevailing wind, some interesting comparisons can be made by the ingenious reader. Here and there matters of small account have been left out, and only those items likely to be of interest have been made use of. The composition and spelling are Jary's own. Jary's entries, 1901 to 1906. 1901. April the 1st. 250 widgeon, several grey plovers, some mallard, 2 wild geese, lot of knots, dunlins and ring plovers. Westerly strong. April the 8th. 300 widgeon, some pintails, grey plovers, hundreds of gulls of all kinds. Southwesterly strong. April the 12th. A spoonbill and great numbers of widgeon. April the 16th. Spoonbill still here, many ringed plovers and dunlins. Northerly strong. April the 17th. Cormorant here to-day. Northeasterly fine. April the 21st. An oyster-catcher flying about. A few whimbrel and several common terns. Also a black tern or two. Southeasterly fine. April the 22nd. 8 white-winged black terns and several swallows flying across. Southeasterly fine. April the 26th. 12 spoonbills here to-day. Northeasterly fine. April the 28th. Spoonbills gone. Southerly fine. May the 3rd. A lot of whimbrel and 14 Egyptian geese here this morning. Northeasterly fine. May the 4th. Some shelled ducks and scalps here to-day. Northeasterly cold, dull. May the 5th. A great many whimbrel and a few black-breasted or grey plovers. Southeasterly fine. May the 12th. Some lesser terns, 2 turnstones. Widgeon nearly all gone. Northeasterly fine. May the 13th. Several grey plovers and a few more godwits here to-day. Northeasterly strong. May the 15th. A few more godwits. Several terns, some lesser and some black. Also 1 white-winged black tern. Easterly strong. May the 16th. 2 spoonbills here and a couple of shelled ducks. Plenty of whimbrel, plover and godwits. Northeasterly strong. May the 17th. 10 gadwalls, several godwits, plovers and whimbrel. Northeasterly strong. May the 22nd. A large flock of terns flying to windward early this morning. Some black ones amongst them. Northeasterly strong. May the 26th. 2 spoonbills, some shelled ducks, and a great many ringed plovers, a curlew or 2, and a diver. May the 28th. Some swifts flying about this morning. Westerly fine. May the 30th. 3 spoonbills, several grey plovers, most of them black-breasted, and a lot of dunlins and ringed plovers. Southwesterly fine. June the 4th. 4 spoonbills here to-day. Westerly fine. June the 5th. A cormorant here to-day. Southwesterly. June the 7th. 3 tame swans. Easterly fine. June the 17th. Some mallard and a few curlews and 4 spoonbills here to-day. Northerly squally. June the 20th. Some lesser terns, curlews and whimbrel, and a few redshanks and ring plover. Southwesterly fine. June the 23rd. 5 shelled ducks and several widgeon here. Southwesterly strong. June the 28th. 4 spoonbills and several young herons. a few whimbrel and curlews. South-south-east, fine. July the 3rd. 2 spoonbills left to-day. Southerly, fine. July the 5th. A great many redshanks to-day. Northeasterly, fine. July the 8th. 2 spoonbills, several young mallard, a few greenshanks, and a lot of redshanks. South-south-east, fine. July the 12th. 2 cormorants. Easterly, fine. July the 16th. Several whimbrel and curlews, dunlins and ringed plovers. Southerly, fine. July the 19th. A great many redshanks and some turnstones. Easterly, fine. July the 21st. A Caspian tern here and 2 spoonbills. Northwesterly, fine. July the 26th. A great many birds here to-day. Shell ducks, terns, dunlins, ringed plovers, curlews, curlew sandpipers, and 2 spoonbills. Southerly, fine. July the 29th. Thousands of birds here to-day. Easterly, fine. July the 30th. An avocet here to-day. Southeasterly, fine. August the 3rd. 2 spoonbills left after being here about 10 weeks. Southeasterly, fine. August the 9th. Avocet still here, and many birds. Whimbrel, redshanks, knots, dunlins, and ring plovers. Westerly, fine. August the 18th. Avocet still here. Some scalps and a lot of lesser terns. Westerly, fine. August the 21st. A great many curlews, whimbrel, redshanks, curlew sandpipers, greenshanks, an oystercatcher, a diver, and a lot of knots and dunlins. Westerly, fine. August the 29th. Hundreds of birds here of all sorts. Northerly, strong. 1902. March the 9th. About 100 widgeon, hundreds of dunlins and ring plovers, also a large number of gulls. Northwesterly, strong. March the 17th. 150 widgeon and mallard, some curlews and a great many ringed plovers and dunlins. Northwesterly, fine. March the 19th. An oystercatcher here, some curlews and many small birds. Westerly, strong. March the 30th. A nice lot of widgeon, some pintails amongst them, several curlews, grey plovers and redshanks. Westerly, fine. April the 5th. A pair of shovellers and a good lot of widgeon. Westerly, fine. April the 8th. Very large flock of starlings, estimate them at 3,000, on a marsh adjoining Braiden. Easterly, fine. April the 11th. 250 widgeon and some pintails. Easterly, strong. April the 17th. 6 wild geese and a lot of widgeon today. Southeasterly, fine. April the 20th. Widgeon nearly all gone. Some whimbrel here today. Southwesterly, fine. May the 1st. A lot of whimbrel, some curlews and a few widgeon. Northerly, strong. May the 4th. Several grey plovers and hundreds of whimbrel. Northerly, strong. May the 6th. Some terns here today and a few swifts flying about. Hundreds of small birds such as dunlins and ring plovers. And in all probability sanderlings, occasionally small trips of Kentish plovers, and rarer birds join in with these flocks of small birds. Northerly, strong and cold. May the 11th. Some lesser terns and common ones, common sandpipers, whimbrel, grey plovers and small birds. Southeasterly, fine. May the 14th. A sandwich tern and some lesser terns, also a few godwits, grey plovers and a lot of whimbrel. Northwesterly, squally. May the 15th. A cormorant and a great many whimbrel and small birds. Southwesterly, fine. May the 18th. 6 Egyptian geese here to-day. Northwesterly, strong. May the 19th. 20 godwits and a number of lesser terns flying against a strong northerly wind. May the 21st. This evening I watched an old heron catch and eat 4 eels and 3 flounders. He caught some more after that, but threw them away again. May the 23rd. 2 shell ducks and several lesser terns. Easterly, fine. May the 27th. Whimbrel all gone. An oyster catcher, a bird which rarely visits Braiden. When he does, he makes himself conspicuous by his restlessness and noisy call notes, and also several lesser terns. Westerly, strong. May the 31st. A spoonbill here to-day. Southerly, fine. June the 3rd. Spoonbill still here. Also a couple of swans, some mallard, also some lesser terns, which I think are after nesting here. Northerly, fine. June the 17th. A couple of tame swans and 4 wild geese, also some curlews. Easterly, fine. June the 18th. 7 shell ducks here to-day. Easterly, fine. June the 20th. A pair of shovellers and an oyster catcher here. Southeasterly, strong. June the 26th. Some lesser terns and curlews. Southeasterly, strong. July the 3rd. Several young redshanks and black-headed gulls. Also young herons to-day. Northerly, strong. July the 6th. Some whimbrel and curlews, redshanks and ringed plovers. Southeasterly, fine. July the 15th. A lot of whimbrel and curlew, some redshanks and greenshanks. Southeasterly, fine. July the 23rd. A great many, as last entry, to-day. Northeasterly, fine. July the 24th. A Caspian tern here. Westerly, strong. July the 31st. A great quantity of birds, also a cormorant. Northeasterly, fine. August the 9th. A good lot of birds here. Redshanks, greenshanks, whimbrel, dunlins, knots, some terns and curlew sandpipers. Northwesterly, fine. August the 14th. Several lesser terns. Easterly, fine. August the 18th. Many birds, grey plovers, curlews and small waders. Several lesser terns, the old ones catching whitebait and feeding their young on the flats. Southwesterly, strong, rain. August the 21st. A spotted redshank, several godwits, some greenshanks and curlew sandpipers, and a number of lesser terns. Northeasterly, fine. August the 26th. A lot of godwit, several greenshanks, knots, grey plovers, curlews, curlew sandpipers and small birds. Also lesser terns. Southeasterly, fine. August the 30th. A great many birds, hundreds of curlews, a lot of godwits, turnstones, knots, grey plovers, and many small birds, several lesser terns. Northerly strong. 1903. March the 10th. About 50 widgeon, a couple of shell ducks, and a great many small birds. Southwesterly light. March the 14th. 100 widgeon, 2 Brent geese, and many small birds. Southeasterly fine. March the 18th. A lot of widgeon, 3 Brent geese, many ringed plovers and dunlins. March the 22nd. Several curlews, lot of widgeon, a few pintails, and thousands of dunlin and ringed plover here to-day. Southwesterly strong. March the 26th. About 150 widgeon and mallard, some redshanks, and many small birds. Southwesterly strong. April the 3rd. Several more widgeon, 3 Brent geese, some shell ducks, and a couple of shovellers. April the 11th. A spoonbill here to-day. A good old bird with a long crest. Westerly cold and dull. April the 13th. 6 Brent geese here. Northwesterly strong. April the 20th. A good lot of birds about to-day. Redshanks, knots, shell duck, widgeon and small birds. Southeasterly fine. April the 22nd. Spoonbill is still here, and many birds. Easterly fine. April the 23rd. Some whimbrel, also a cormorant, and a very nice spoonbill with brown or fawn markings down his breast and a long crest. Northeasterly strong. April the 30th. The spoonbills have left. Some curlew and whimbrel and great number of small birds. Southerly fine. May the 4th. A great quantity of whimbrel and a lot of old herrings fishing here to-day. Southwesterly fine. May the 6th. A lot of birds here now. Some grey plovers, godwits, a few terns, and scores of whimbrel. Southwesterly fine. May the 10th. A spoonbill, some godwits, lot of whimbrel and hundreds of knots, ring plovers and dunlins. Southeasterly fine. May the 12th. Godwit Day. A good number of birds. A spoonbill, several lesser terns, some godwits, plenty of whimbrel and a few grey plovers. Northeasterly fine. May the 14th. 2 more spoonbills came to-day. Westerly strong. May the 17th. Several turnstones about and a couple of spoonbills. Northerly rainy. May the 19th. A good number of bar-tailed godwits here, some greenshanks and hundreds of small birds. Southeasterly fine. May the 20th. 6 more spoonbills came in to-day. Westerly fine. May the 24th. Many birds including godwit, knots, whimbrel and ringed plovers. Also the 6 spoonbills. Northeasterly fine. May the 28th. Several whimbrel and godwits to-day. Northeasterly strong. May the 29th. 6 spoonbills left to-day. Northeasterly fine. May the 31st. Several lesser terns, common also, and a white-winged black tern. Northeasterly fine. June the 6th. An avocet came in to-day, but did not stop long. After a short rest of 2 hours, flying away to the northeast. Easterly, fine and warm. June the 10th. Some lesser terns, a few curlews, redshanks and a greenshank. Northeasterly, fine. June the 14th. 10 Egyptian geese here this day. Easterly, strong. June the 17th. A lot of lesser terns and a few godwits and some whimbrel. Northerly, fine rain. June the 24th. A pair of greenshanks, I believe, are nesting on the rond adjoining Brayden. They have been about there a long time. I noticed these birds for a considerable time and suspected their nesting in the neighbourhood. They were with us the whole summer, and on July the 9th, 3 others, evidently young ones, joined them on Braiden. July the 1st. A lot of redshanks on the mudflats today. July the 4th. Some whimbrel here now and a few dunlins. Westerly, fine. July the 7th. Some common tern today. Northwesterly, strong. July the 13th. A great many young redshanks, some lesser tern and several whimbrel. Northerly, fine. July the 17th. A lot of young herons here today. July the 22nd. Nice lot of birds. Whimbrel, several turnstones, greenshanks and small birds. Southwesterly, fine. July the 23rd. Number of curlews, also whimbrel, counted 82 in one flock. Southwesterly, fine. July the 24th. A spoonbill and some godwits. Southwesterly, rainy. July the 26th. 3 black terns and lot of others. Westerly, much rain. August the 1st. An eared grebe and a lot of dunlins. Westerly, fine. August the 2nd. Several lesser tern and a cormorant here today. Westerly, fine. August the 6th. A number of sand martins flying across Braiden, all going northwest. Westerly, fine. August the 9th. A lot of lesser terns here, all heading against a strong west wind. August the 11th. Number of lesser terns, about 40 in one flock, sitting on a marsh adjoining Braiden. Easterly, fine. August the 22nd. A great many common and lesser terns, whimbrel, knots and small birds. Southeasterly, fine. August the 27th. A lot of curlews, several greenshanks, turnstones, godwits and lesser terns, the old ones feeding the young ones with whitebait, herring sile. West-northwest, strong. August the 31st. Curlews, whimbrel and lesser terns numerous. Westerly, strong. 1904. March the 11th. Close to 200 widgeon here this morning, with some curlews and dunlins. Northeasterly, squally. March the 14th. Some redshanks and hundreds of dunlins. Southwesterly, fine. March the 21st. A pair of shovellers and thousands of small birds today. West-northwest, fine rain. March the 24th. Some pintails here. The widgeon are pairing off now and leaving. Northeasterly, strong. March the 26th. 6 Brent geese. Northeasterly, fine. March the 27th. Thousands of starlings on a marsh adjoining Braiden. An oyster catcher on the flats. Southwesterly, fine. March the 29th. Hundreds of widgeon and 6 geese here today. Westerly, strong and squally. April the 10th. A great many widgeon here yet, also a couple of scalps. Northwesterly, strong. April the 11th. Some grey plovers, northerly, fine. April the 12th. A tame black swan here to-day. April the 14th. I saw a heron catch a large eel, when two more flew at him and they had a regular fight. Whilst they were fighting, the eel got away. April the 15th. Black swans still here. A few golden plovers and some whimbrel. Southeasterly, fine. April the 18th. A spoonbill came to-day. East-southeast, fine. April the 26th. Spoonbills still here with some black-breasted or grey plovers. Westerly, fine. April the 28th. Two spoonbills here, one a very good old bird. More whimbrel. West-nor'west, strong. May the 1st. Scores of whimbrel, also some green shanks and a couple of spoonbills. Westerly, fine. May the 6th. The two spoonbills still here and a great many whimbrel and dunlins. Westerly, rainy. May the 8th. A nice lot of godwits, a couple of spoonbills, some shelled duck and scores of whimbrel. Southeasterly, fine. May the 9th. An avocet and 3 spoonbills. Westerly, fine. May the 10th. Lot of birds here now, common and lesser tern, godwits and hundreds of ringed plovers and dunlins. Northwesterly, fine. May the 11th. 2 avocets, 7 spoonbills with a great number of other birds. Northeasterly, fine. May the 13th. Still the 2 avocets and 7 spoonbills, 3 oyster catchers and other birds. Southwesterly, fine. May the 14th. As preceding, and several turnstones. Westerly, strong. May the 15th. The 2 avocets still remain, but 5 of the spoonbills left to-day. Easterly, fine. May the 16th. The avocets left to-day. May the 17th. 4 spoonbills to-day and several turnstones. Some small birds. Westerly, fine. May the 18th. 2 cormorants. Westerly, strong. May the 23rd. Another spoonbill here. A very good old bird. Westerly, fine. May the 27th. Oyster catcher, several grey and some golden plovers, and 1 spoonbill. Southeasterly, fine. May the 31st. Some curlews, redshanks and an oyster catcher. Westerly, fine, rainy. June the 6th. 4 spoonbills came to-day. Northeasterly, strong. June the 20th. Some lesser terns and several curlews. Westerly, fine. June the 24th. A cormorant and a lot of redshanks. Southerly, fine. July the 8th. A spoonbill here and several young mallard and redshanks. Easterly, fine. July the 10th. Several turnstones and a few whimbrel. Southeasterly, fine. July the 14th. A lot of curlews, redshanks, some dunlins and ringed plovers, also turnstones. Young birds are arriving. Southeasterly, fine, warm. July the 21st. Some terns, shelled ducks and a lot of whimbrel. Easterly, fine. July the 30th. Several lesser terns. South-south-east, fine. August the 3rd. 7 young shovellers. south-south-east, fine. August the 4th, a black tern about the size of a common tern with a white rump, here to-day, south-south-east, fine. August the 5th, several curlew sandpipers and turnstones, south-south-east, fine. August the 8th, a lot of lesser terns and whimbrel, northwesterly, fine. August the 10th, several turnstones, whimbrel and curlews, northwesterly, fine. August the 18th, a cormorant, also some black-breasted grey plovers, many small birds, north-northwest, strong. August the 26th, a good many curlews, whimbrel, knots, curlew sandpipers and ring plovers, northwesterly, fine. August the 28th, several greenshanks, lot of other birds, south-south-east, fine. 1905. March the 7th, large flock of dunlins and ring plovers, westerly, fine. March the 18th, a good many widgeon, some golden plovers and many small birds, northwesterly, fine. March the 19th, first heard the call of the redshank, afterwards saw some, southeasterly, fine. March the 24th, 4 pairs of shovellers, a lot of widgeon and many small birds, southeasterly, fine. March the 27th, hundreds of widgeon, a wild goose and many dunlins, south-south-west, fine, rainy. April the 5th, some pintails and a great many widgeon, northwesterly, strong. April the 14th, some whimbrel, south-south-east, fine. Yesterday, south-south-east, thick fog. April the 15th, some shell duck, south-south-east, fine. April the 23rd, first saw the swallow cross Braiden, northerly, strong, squally. April the 26th, several whimbrel and a few grey plovers, easterly, fine. April the 27th, some greenshanks, westerly, strong. May the 1st, fine pair of shell ducks, southwesterly, strong. May the 2nd, a great many varied birds, some lesser terns and common terns, south to southwest, squally. May the 6th, hundreds of whimbrel here, 2 pairs of shovellers, northeasterly, fine. May the 12th, some good black-breasted plovers and a lot of terns, northeasterly, fine. May the 13th, 3 oyster-catchers and several turnstones, northeasterly, strong, cold. May the 15th, a black tern, northeasterly, strong. May the 18th, a small flock of godwits came in to-day. They seemed very tired, flying against a strong northeast wind. May the 19th, to-day I saw what I believe to be 2 avocets flying over Braiden, northeasterly, strong. May the 21st, oyster-catcher, also several turnstones and godwits, northeasterly, strong. May the 23rd, a nice flock of grey plovers, easterly, fine. May the 25th, a great many big blacked gulls, southerly, fine. May the 28th, scores of old herons busy after eels, southerly, fine. May the 31st, many grey plovers and turnstones, northwesterly, fine. June the 4th, 2 spoonbills flew over Braiden to-day. It was high water at the time, There was nowhere for them to alight, so they kept going to the north-east. Fine, warm. June the 12th. Some turn. Easterly, strong. June the 14th. 9 avocets, 7 shell ducks. Wind easterly. Freshy as it has been some time. June the 18th. The avocets left to-day. Westerly, fine. June the 23rd. Some shell ducks and curlews. Northeasterly, fine. June the 25th. Lot of young redshanks. Northeasterly, fine. June the 28th. 2 oyster catchers and a crested grebe. Southerly, fine. July the 2nd. Some common terns. West-southwest, strong. July the 4th. Number of young herons here to-day. Easterly, fine. July the 12th. Some whimbrel and a lot of redshanks. Easterly, fine. July the 14th. Great numbers of black-headed gulls coming here every day from the Broads, bringing their young ones to feed on the mudflats. July the 18th. Many redshanks, a few greenshanks, several whimbrel, and thousands of gulls of all sorts. I never saw so many before. Northerly, fine. July the 28th. A spotted shank and a few greenshanks. Northeasterly, fine. July the 30th. A lot of lesser terns, the old birds feeding the young ones with whitebait. Northwesterly, strong. August the 4th. 2 big flocks of lesser terns, one flock flying against a strong west wind, which they could not hold against. It took them right to sea. August the 7th. A cormorant, a lot of terns and whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 7th. A cormorant, a lot of terns and whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 9th. Many whimbrel, curlews, redshanks, some greenshanks and a lot of small birds. Southwesterly, fine. August the 14th. Many terns, an oyster catcher, scores of curlews, whimbrel and small birds. Easterly, fine. August the 18th. Number of common sandpipers. A flock of about 20 flew past me at dusk. August the 23rd. Some black-tailed godwits and many other birds. Westerly, strong. August the 26th. Still several terns here and great numbers of other birds. Westerly, fine. August the 29th. Many terns, about 50 common terns in one flock. Number of lesser terns. Northerly, strong. August the 31st. Saw a large flock of common terns early this morning flying away to seaward. Northerly, strong. 1906. March the 13th. Several widgeon and some scalps here now, and large flocks of dunlins. Northwesterly, strong. March the 16th. A good many widgeon, some Brent's geese, and a few golden plover, many dunlins, nor'west. March the 20th. About 150 widgeon and some pintails, a few curlews and hundreds of ringed plovers and dunlins. Nor'east, very strong. March the 25th. More widgeon, northeasterly, squally. March the 28th. About 250 widgeon and thousands of dunlins and ringed plovers. Northeasterly, fine. March the 31st. A large flock of lapwings flying over Braiden this evening, going from south to north. Wind northeasterly, fine. April the 5th. The widgeon are beginning to pair, leaving here now. 4 pair shovellers this morning and thousands of dunlins and ring plovers. South-south-east fine. April the 16th. Many widgeon here yet. 2,000 small birds. Westerly, fine and warm. April the 17th. A pair of Garganey teal, also some swallows crossing Braiden, the first I have seen this year. Northeasterly, fine. April the 18th. Some shelled ducks here and a lot of widgeon. West-south-west, strong. April the 19th. Some whimbrel today, the first. Westerly, fine. April the 25th. Several whimbrel, also some grey plovers and a good many small birds. Northeasterly, fine. April the 27th. A small flock of godwits and several whimbrel. April the 28th. A spoonbill came in this morning and went away again at night. Westerly, squally. May the 4th. Scores of whimbrel, a few godwits and some pintail and widgeon. Ringed plovers and dunlins by the thousand. Westerly, strong. May the 6th. Some lesser terns to-day and some grey plovers with black breasts. Southwesterly, strong. May the 7th. A lot of terns, several black terns among them. South-south-west, fine. May the 8th. 2 oyster catchers and about 2,000 dunlins and ring plovers. Northeasterly, fine. May the 12th. 2 cormorants here to-day. Easterly, fine. May the 13th. Some very pretty black-breasted grey plovers here. 13 black terns and several lesser terns. Weather very tempestuous. May the 14th. Some greenshanks here to-day. North-north-east, strong. May the 17th. Some turnstones and 17 black terns. Northeasterly, fine. May the 19th. Several lesser terns and common terns and a few godwits. Northwesterly, fine. May the 22nd. 4 cormorants and a lot of old herons, also a black-tailed godwit. Easterly, fine. May the 23rd. Several curlews and whimbrel, some common terns and a Garganey teal, which I think must be nesting close by here, as I often see it. Southeasterly, fine. May the 25th. Some lesser terns, a few whimbrel and turnstones. Westerly, fine. June the 2nd. Some curlews and a great many black-backed gulls. Northerly, strong. June the 8th. Some curlews and redshanks. Easterly, fine. June the 9th. Some widgeon here still, also a pair of lesser terns. Northeasterly, fine. June the 13th. A couple of lesser terns, one feeding the other with whitebait. Some curlews and redshanks. Northeasterly, fine. June the 14th. A little gull and a pair of lesser terns. Northeasterly, squally. June the 18th. A black tern here to-day and also some lesser terns. Easterly, fine. June the 19th. A lot of young herons to-day. Easterly, fine. June the 21st. A flock of 21 lesser terns. Southwesterly, fine. June the 26th. Common sandpipers and lesser terns. Westerly, strong. June the 30th. A good many young redshanks, also lesser terns. Southeasterly, fine. July the 3rd. some common terns here to-day. East-northeast, fine. July the 6th. Young birds coming in numbers. Black-headed gulls, lesser terns, redshanks, also fowl, shovellers and mallard. Southerly, fine. July the 14th. Several whimbrel here to-day, also some big terns. Northwesterly, fine. July the 17th. Some large terns and some lesser terns, also a good many other birds, dunlins, curlews, ringed plovers, whimbrel and redshanks. Southwesterly, fine. July the 21st. About 5 o'clock this afternoon, a large bird came here from the eastward, a white bird with black tips to his wings and a very big beak. Also a spoonbill just before dark. I saw this bird, which was a pelican. Southwesterly, fine. July the 22nd. The pelican left here this morning and went away to the eastward. Southwesterly, fine. July the 28th. A flock of 9 turnstones and many whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 1st. A flock of knots. Southwesterly, fine. August the 8th. Several greenshanks about to-day. Southeasterly, tempest. August the 9th. A little gull here and scores of whimbrel and curlews. Many dunlins and other small birds. Northwesterly, rainy. August the 13th. 3 shelled ducks. Southerly, fine. August the 15th. A spoonbill and an oyster catcher. Westerly, fine. August the 18th. Spoonbill still here and a good many lesser terns and a few godwits. Northerly, strong. August the 19th. Spoonbill went away to the northwest this evening. Westerly, fine. August the 21st. This morning saw a couple of stilts flying across Braiden going west. A young little gull here this evening and a black tern. Southwesterly, fine. August the 26th. A good many lesser terns here yet and several turnstones. Also a black-tailed godwit. Many curlews and whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 31st. Thousands of birds here this evening. The curlews are sitting around me by the score. They will get it hot tomorrow. The gunners are very eager to get at them. End of section 18. Section 19 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 1. Arrival of swifts. The annual arrival of the noisy swift is always, to me, one of the delights of sunny springtime, and under favourable conditions, so regular is it in its movements, that I look for its appearance on the 12th or 13th of May, although I have noted its advent being delayed as late as the 17th of the month. The May of 1905 was an unusually cold one, and I did not see any swifts until the 19th, when 2 or 3 pairs were to be seen in wild and noisy flight, circling around the old High Mill, now demolished. They could not have been very happy, for food must have been exceedingly scant. On May the 18th of the same year, I received a letter from a gentleman living in the county, whose son wrote him the previous day from Worthing, as follows. On Friday morning, 12th of May at 3:30 a.m, I saw hundreds of swifts coming in great bunches from the sea, very high up and going north. I was at the top of a down, Asprey Ring, 600 feet up, and they passed very high overhead, swarms altogether in great flocks, and lasted 3/4 of an hour, till it got quite light, and then I did not see any more. It is rather strange that we did not receive our local contingent until the 19th, on, as recorded in my notebook, a cold, bleak day with a strong northerly wind and masses of damp, rugged clouds. They left us the same night, and 3 of them reappeared on the 23rd towards the evening. Had they returned temporarily to a warmer clime? A Mr. Stagg, who resides near the quay, in a house under whose eaves swifts have nested for many years, informed me that one bird visited him on the 13th, but disappeared again, and then none were seen until the 19th, probably part of the party that came to the old mill. I was very much interested in the behaviour of the mill swifts, which, fortunately, had reared their young ones and seen them safely a-wing before the mill had been so far demolished as to lay bare their particular nesting places. I was exceedingly anxious to note the appearance of the mill swifts in the spring of 1906. May the 7th and 8th were very fine warm days, and probably tempted by these conditions, some swifts arrived on the 9th. That afternoon 3 pairs came in, and in a very excited state flew for hours around the spot where the mill had been, at a height corresponding with their old nesting quarters. Even the tall willows, around which they used to catch moths, had vanished, while, added to these disappointments, a bleak north-east wind set in on that day, so that they had neither food nor shelter. I saw no more of them after the night of the 9th for some days, but about 20 were flying around again in very close formation, screaming and excited on the evening of the 28th, after which date they seem to have betaken themselves to other quarters, having found it useless to look for their old habitation, and being scared by the noise of the workmen building new houses on the spot, and the host of children at play in the old mill yard. My earliest date of the arrival of the swift is May the 4th, in 1891, the latest on which I have seen it being September the 27th, again 1891. Swallows and butterflies. In October 1905 I wrote to the Eastern Daily Press as follows: Sir, of course the swallows mostly are gone, and those few weaklings, latest hatched of the summer broods, that furtively and with melancholy quietude hawk for the equally miserable flies which are now basking on the sunnier sides of our houses, when there happens to be a little sunshine, will soon take their departure, to be missed less, perhaps, than they were noticed in the jolly springtime. I want to know this of the swallows. Has any reader observed definitely and with assurance any swallow, house martin or sand martin deliberately hunt down and devour either a butterfly of any colour, white or otherwise, or a crane fly, tipula, that parent of the unpopular and destructive grub known as leather jacket? When I was a small boy employed at a little chandlery shop, I, during one of those unaccountably magnanimous fits which sometimes take possession of young urchins, caught a wretched garden white butterfly that was beating itself against the window panes, wondering whatever kept it from the bright sunshine outside. I tenderly brought it to the door, so unlike the ordinary boy, forsooth, and told it to fly away and be gone. It had not reached the sill of the bedroom window ere a passing martin dashed up behind it, crumpled it up like a wisp of tissue paper, and swallowed it in a moment. Has any reader ever seen anything like it? Signed, John Knowlittle. Replies were soon forthcoming, 2 or 3 of which were as follow. Sir, in reply to John Knowlittle, I, when a boy, helping to build a haystack, used to catch a moth and throw it up as high as I could. It would then expand its wings, and a swallow would come and seize its body, while its wings would come fluttering down. I did this so many times that the birds would come within a few inches of my hand, and catch the insects almost before they could get upon the wing, so I did not always observe the wings falling. I have often since set a butterfly free in the presence of swallows, in order to observe how cleverly they separate the sapid body from the wings, but it is not always done. Yours, etc., C.B. Sir, I have once, and only once, seen any member of the hirundine hunt a butterfly on the wing, and the occasion I refer to happened on a bright summer's day, when I witnessed a swallow, high up in the air, secure with unerring aim a white butterfly, which I presume it swallowed. Apropos of butterflies entering into the menu of our insectivorous birds, I would like to record the following incident that came under my observation a few Sundays ago. On some wire netting surrounding a tennis court was seated a pair of spotted flycatchers, with 3 young ones, the latter being initiated by their parents, with the aid of many practical demonstrations, into the science and art of catching insects on the wing. Suddenly there appeared on the far side of the court a white butterfly, and my interest was further aroused by the thought of what the fate of that butterfly would be, should he inadvertently come across to where the birds were sitting. I had but a short time to wait. The butterfly came in a zigzag path across the lawn, and when within 15 feet of the railings, one of the young flycatchers made a stoop at it. At first I thought he was going to be successful, but after vainly following the butterfly for several turns, he gave up the chase in despair and returned to his resting place. Without a moment's further delay, one of the old birds flew at it and secured it in its first flight. Not for long, however, did she retain this much coveted bonne bouche, for in her return flight to the wire, the butterfly escaped from between her mandibles and flew away, apparently uninjured. So great seemed the indignation and chagrin of the parent bird at the loss of prestige she had thus sustained in the eyes of her pupils, owing entirely to her own clumsiness, that she made no further effort to recapture the insect. Signed, S.H.L. Sir, often have I seen butterflies flying amongst swallows, and never have I seen one attacked till this year. One day this summer, as I was driving, I saw a small coloured butterfly, probably a tortoiseshell, flying in front of my house, and I was surprised to see a swallow stoop at it and devour it. It looked far too large a mouthful, but I saw no wings fall to the ground. I have spoken of this fact as a new experience, so if it be any help to John Knowlittle, and if you think fit to print it, well and good. Signed, T.D.C. Sir, I do not think John Knowlittle could have been serious in questioning the facts of swallows taking butterflies and moths. When a boy, I have frequently spent many minutes catching large moths of a kind we called kittiwakes from the swathes of meadow hay, and throwing them up for the swallows. Signed, J.P. A writer in The Countryside, in November 1905, made mention of the fact when working on a building at Kessingland, near Lowestoft, he had excellent opportunities of watching swallows feeding their young with daddy longlegs. They happened to drop some, which were picked up and examined. It is just possible, from the situation referred to, that the swallows may have been house martins, but the fact that any of the hirundini will admit the tipula into their bill of fare is interesting to me, for I had long watched this species when insect hunting, specially to see if this insect was captured, but could never really satisfy myself that such was the case. Mistaken hawks. Various species of the smaller hawks occasionally put in an appearance during the autumnal migration, coming over with the various little travellers from the other side. They invariably arrive hungry and eager for a meal. In the 70s and 80s, it was no unusual occurrence for kestrels and merlins to dash into clap nets, attracted thither by the struggling decoy bird fast on the trigger. In most cases the poor thing was killed instantly, but the hawk never escaped, for the angry bird-catcher would at once pull over the nets, hoping in vain to save his decoy. And a lively time followed in clearing the struggling, screaming hawk from the thin, airy meshes. I have had several captives brought me at different times, caught in this manner. One day a bird-catcher was laid on the sand dunes for linnets and other small songbirds. One of his cages was dome-shaped, the wires converging at the top, making it very much the shape of an old-fashioned crab pot. A merlin suddenly dashed down at the bird in this cage, striking it through the wires and killing it instantly. It attempted to rise with its prey, but its foot had slipped upwards to the more contracted part of the cage. It managed, however, to flounder along some little distance before the bird-catcher could run up and secure it. A hawk was seen by a friend of mine chasing a small bunch of starlings, which had behaved in a somewhat impudent manner to the common enemy. Presently it made a dash at one, seized it, and flew to an adjoining bank in order to settle matters with it. By some stroke of luck, the starling managed to free itself, dashed away across the river, and crouched in a crevice of a mill sluice, where it remained fully half an hour. The pursuer patiently waited near by all that time, hoping for it to emerge, but he went away in the end disappointed. The starling shortly afterwards left his hiding place, little the worse for his escapade, but probably a sadder and a wiser bird. In the summer of 1899, a large hawk, doubtless a young peregrine, was seen winging its way over Braiden, when suddenly it dashed at a curlew, which, seeing the bird of prey stoop, squatted low on the mud flat and held up its long mandibles as if preparing to receive the foe, a manoeuvre that seemed to have the effect of intimidating the enemy. The hawk wheeled round once or twice as if inclined to make another trial, but seeing my friend it thought the better of it and departed, much to the relief of the poor frightened curlew. I do not think the soft-tipped, pliable bill of the curlew would have been much protection to it, had the bird of prey really meant business. In one of the corridors of Norwich Castle Museum, a stuffed snipe, raising its soft beak to repel the onslaught of a hungry merlin, has been made to do this in a most tragic manner. The skin of the hawk having been bored by the taxidermist, in order to allow the snipe's bill to be thrust in among the toe composing the body of the uppermost bird. Some years ago a Breydon smelter observed a peregrine near the Narrows dash at a flock of widgeon that were feeding there. Presently the bird of prey swooped down on a fine old cock-bird which he had singled out as the startled fowl took to wing. He struck the bird, breaking its neck, and had twisted round again in his flight and seized it ere it fell into the water. The Braidener ran up the bank, dancing and capering like one demented, and he so scared the falcon that he dropped his booty, on which the man jumped into his boat and quickly retrieved it. Some years ago a gunner named Crowther was out shooting. He fired at a coot, wounding it when it was attacked by a hungry hooded crow. The crow, in turn, was struck at by a peregrine, which in turn fell to Crowther's gun. Verily a round of onslaughts. The starling. The starling is a great favourite of mine. It always appears to be merry, no matter how unpleasant the weather, and it has few idle moments. It is the first bird the Braidenside rambler puts up off the rafts which lie moored at the town end of the estuary, whether it is hunting in summer with the meadow pipits for insects sunning themselves above, or small crustaceans pottering about on the heaps of wrack that the tide has floated to the ends of the huge bulks, or in winter in waiting on the hooded crows for fragments of carrion overlooked by them. Fond of the company of its fellows, it is ever ready to dispute with its friends on either side of it for possession of a dainty morsel. I have seen a dozen of them that one might have covered with a handkerchief, all industriously picking up maggots from some dead animal on a refuse heap, when, even in the midst of plenty, they must needs stop at intervals to quarrel, individuals jumping quite off the ground like fighting cocks in passing anger, sparring in the air at each other, and then as quickly desisting, begin picking up their prey with an eagerness that suggested a suspicion of arrears of gleaning to be done and lost time to be made up. On the mudflats in autumn, when Coryphaeum longicorni and Garamide and other small crustaceans are eagerly sought, those petty disputations are not noticeable, and the flocks scatter more in hunting. The fat, oily larvae of the cockchafer, Melolontha vulgaris, are favourite titbits with the starlings. I have seen patches of grass in the St George's Park, riddled with holes made by the conical bill of the starling when searching for them. A spot was shown to me by the park keeper on November the 7th, 1906, on which the grass grew thin and weakly. It was a favourite haunt of the cockchafer during the 2 or 3 weeks in July, when they were most in evidence. Here the starlings would come at certain times, as if they knew where to find them by instinct, as my friend remarked, and without ado they would drive their bills deep into the soil, and with a circular movement worm out the fat grub and instantly devour it. On May the 27th, 1905, I observed some starlings hovering over Braiden like gulls, continually dipping and snatching up a small fly, probably Actora, that had perished by myriads. I have no doubt that the heavy, unsettled weather of the 2 previous days had caused these flies to fall into the water. Few novices at the gun can resist a shot at a parcel of starlings, and most local gunners of my acquaintance seldom let an opportunity slip of firing into a passing flock. With us the starlings are usually wary and suspicious, but, as if knowing that they are comparatively safe when dodging in and out among the legs of cattle grazing on the marshes, it is seldom that a shot can be made at them. Consequently, one can get very close to them and can see them snapping up the insects, Hypoderma lineatum, and other tormenting species, for which good officers the patient animals seem sensibly grateful. If we could but persuade the starling to resist the temptations offered in autumn by ripening cherries and mulberries, I do not think the gardener would have much cause to raise a hand against this extremely useful little bird. Its occasional consorting with the smaller gulls, and its mimicry of their methods when fishing at the entrance of Braiden, always interests me. Fond as is the starling of shrimps and the like, which I have often observed is snatched from the shrimp nets hanging from the boat's mast to dry, I am all but certain that it is the half-floating, half-swimming Idotea linearis, that long-bodied, long-antennæd crustacean which it stoops to snatch at. This crustacean is exceedingly numerous in the finer months of the year. A starling was one day seen by a friend of mine, an excellent observer, to dart, gull-like, at some object on the surface of the river, and rising again, with the tips of its wings and toes only wetted, holding between its mandibles a struggling fish, one of the 3-inch herring fry, which is often most abundant in local waters in the month of August. That all our local starlings do not move south on the approach of winter is certain. A particular individual, with a gammy leg, for 2 years past, at every season of the year, has frequented the St George's Park and has attracted attention by his infirmities. He seems to be a confirmed bachelor, for so far domestic duties have not been undertaken by him. I observed starlings in small flocks on the evening of July the 12th, 1906, flying to the Fritton reed beds, a rather early resorting thither to roost for the night. The Turdiidae and their food. The market gardeners in the villages around Yarmouth are for ever crying out against the supposed ravagers among strawberries and other fruit, of the common thrush, the blackbird, and others of that ilk. In season and out of season, they are continually shooting these birds, in the summer days because of their alleged depredations, in winter because of their remembrance of them, and for the sake of the few pence big bunches of these birds will realise in the Saturday's market. It was a fortunate circumstance for the birds that in June 1897 a scourge of fruit-loving beetles, Harpalus ruficornis, infested the strawberry beds in certain villages lying north of the town. For a time it led to some consideration being shown to the Turdiidae, when it had been pointed out that they might have been useful in the thinning out of the pest, had they not been so ruthlessly killed. Some of the correspondence which appeared on the subject in the Norfolk papers fills some pages in my notebooks, extracts from which may not be uninteresting. The long-continued, warm, dry weather which characterised the early summer of 1897 caused great inconvenience to the various birds composing the thrush genus in the matter of food procuration. Worms, for instance, went deep into the earth for moisture, and snails, slugs, and the like left their usual haunts and sought more promising places. They foregathered in the strawberry gardens, finding moisture and palatable food in the ripe, luscious fruit sheltered by the broad, trifoliate leaves. To these places the thrushes and blackbirds naturally repaired, and, of course, the gardeners seeing them there, and also noticing the holes bored in the ripest and biggest of their fruit, unthinkingly decided that the coming of the birds and the spoliation of their strawberries were more than a coincidence. So they began shooting every bird that they could get in a line with their gun barrels, branches being stuck up in the beds and festooned with dead birds to act as a warning to living ones. I saw many of these poor victims in all stages of decomposition, some dry and hollowed out by the larvae of the blowflies, others alive with them, and some scarcely cold from recent massacre. In an article in the Eastern Daily Press, I protested in strong terms against this slaughter. One writer remarked, "The blackbird does little injury to the strawberries, and the song thrush none. The missel thrush can do his share of the gathering. The worst bird the gardener has to contend with is the starling. The old birds bring their families to the strawberry plots, and when once these young rascals have obtained a taste of the delicious fruit, nothing will stop them but death. I have seen them alight within a few yards of the gunner, before the smoke has cleared away from some departed relative just fallen dead under their very eyes, and begin probing every ripe berry that lies in their way. The poor little thrush, with no thought of danger, flies up at the gardener's approach, and who, enraged at the sight of his mutilated fruit, shoots the bird that just before had been working hard at the destruction of some snail. Signed, L.F." H.P. wrote as follows: "Sir, I read with interest the article in your issue of to-day upon the failure of the strawberry crop at Hemsby, and I hope by its publication that horticulturalists will be on the alert to adopt rapid means for the extermination of this destructive insect, commonly known as the garden weevil. It not only attacks strawberries, but other fruits and garden crops during the period of its existence. Various remedies are recommended for the trapping of the pest, and where carried out in time might prove effectual, but my opinion is that where the insects have got the upper hand, as in the case quoted, the best way would be to fork all around and between the plants, leaving the surface quite rough and giving a good dressing of gas lime. This, of course, would destroy the plants and necessitate the land being idle for some considerable time. But surely this is better than allowing the plants to remain with prospects of worse results next year. I quite agree with your contributor that the gardeners have much to blame themselves for in destroying the natural enemies of this and other insect pests. If a thrush, blackbird or starling takes a few berries, what is that compared to the destruction of the whole crop by insects, which cannot be kept off by scaring, as birds can, during the time the fruit is ripening? One keen observer of bird life, and a large grower of strawberries, resenting the imputation made by a contributor to the correspondence that the thrushes and blackbirds despoiled his cherry trees, remarked, "Song thrushes will not eat cherries, and the blackbird's weak nerves will not allow him to do much depredation. Cherries are tackled as a rule by starlings, jays and missel thrushes. We can all manage to keep birds from our fruit if we wish, without shooting them. If the missel thrush sneaks a few cherries, his beautiful song in the bleak days of February will amply repay any but a tyrant for the little damage done in the summer months. The song thrush will not hurt strawberries, but the wariness of the blackbird stays his beak from prying into the interior of much fruit. And just consider what good these birds do for us in clearing away worse foes to the fruit, such as snail, slug, beetle and company. Bob redbreast and the whitethroat like currants. The former takes some shooting to frighten. He and the other do good in clearing off countless caterpillars." Another correspondent, referring to the insect pest, stated that he had sunk in the ground a number of large jam jars containing lemon water, and in this way caught beetles by hundreds. Writing upon the food of birds of the thrush family, a correspondent in the Field, November 1906, stated, "I have more than once seen one of the large black slugs, Arion ater, eaten by a thrush, once by a blackbird, and once or twice by redwings, whilst the first bird I ever remember to have seen eating this not very inviting looking creature was a rock pipit during a snowstorm, and I watched it consume about half of the slug before I drove it off to see what the heavy object was it was dragging about. I have frequently watched blackbirds and thrushes eat the common little white field slug, Limax agrestis, upon the lawn, and occasionally seen redwings and fieldfares, but all of them seem to prefer worms and shelled snails when they can get them." The crop of a redwing shot in February was found to contain earwigs, spiders, the remains of beetles, and some small helix shells, and the stomach of a fieldfare killed at the same time was full of hawthorn berries. In times of extreme severity, the more frugivorous fieldfare is generally in plump condition, when its more omnivorous cousin is a weakly bunch of bones and feathers. End of section 19.